Ohayou gozaimasu. Bom dia. Good morning to everyone, the few ones that are with me here in the room, but also to those that are remotely following us. Also, good evening and good afternoon for those in different time zones. Thank you for attending our open forum. This open forum, called named as CGI.br's collection on internet governance, 5 years later. Our intent with this session is to build upon a previous work that we have been done and also that have been presented here at the IGF to this community, and to also advance these dialogues, advance some discussions, advance partnerships, and so on. So I'll just make a brief start and a brief description of what are we doing here, and what are the main concerns we have, and a bit of history, but very brief, and then we go to the main presentation. Thank you. So this open forum, as I said, draws upon a previous open forum that was held at the IGF 2017 in Geneva. In that one, more than 5 years ago, almost 6 right now, called Memory and Documentation in Internet Governance, the Challenge of Building Collections. We described our history and the importance of building collections, shedding light especially to initiatives focused on developing internet governance. It was a very interesting session, which provided a productive debate between participants and rich inputs on documentation processes and challenges in creating collections on internet governance. That time, the Open Forum was co-organized with the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN, as means to exchange views and experiences within the initiatives of both organizations in terms of memory and collections in internet governance. ICANN emphasized its initiative focused on documenting, organizing, and preserving institutional information and memory. In that time, ICANN was also releasing and launching a new initiative together with us. As the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, CGI.br, presented our initial efforts to design a specialized library on internet governance. We first introduced to the IGF community at that time what we were planning and had recently deployed within CGI.br regarding documentation, memory, and collection in internet governance. We also shared our experience on CGI.br's documentation and outreach initiatives, including our publishing initiatives, which covered different books and other publications formats, as well as various CGI.br's official documents. So, some questions really guided us back then in that discussion, and I think it's very important to mention that those questions also now for us to move forward. So in that time, we were talking about how do we establish practices, processes, and technological tools to organize and retrieve information in internet governance fields. What are the particularities and challenges of managing and retrieving information about internet governance? This was the core of the discussion in that moment. These concerns emerged from the interest in creating a collection to organize, preserve, and retrieve information produced in this field. Of course, we were dealing specifically with our activities as the background, so the activities of our organization, but we were also trying to envision how this experience could dialogue with other initiatives, other organizations, other types of work. From that time until now, the project has evolved in many aspects, and the debate on the session back there allowed us to advance in the project to create and develop CGI.br and NIC.br collections. So we at the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee and the Brazilian Network Information Center, we started to grow this set of tools, practices, methodologies, and also contemplating more and more activities and types of publication, types of contents, and trying to organize them all. So this time, we are now at this session to show to you, to present how this work has been evolving since there, and what are the main achievements of this work until now, and what are the main concerns we have at this moment, but also looking further. What are the challenges we are looking ahead, and how do we expect to address them in the short and long term? So this is more or less the intent of the session, the basics, I would say, and I will pass now the word for the floor to my colleague Jean, that will present the actual status of our project right now, and then we will get back to the audience and hope to have some sort of conversation with those interested in these themes, and maybe some questions and answers, and we are available to any sort of dialogue. Thank you. Jean, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vinicius. Good morning, everyone, to attending our open forum, TGI collection on internet governance 5 years later. My role here is to report how it's going since the previous open forum 5 years ago. And the idea here is to report the main activities of our collection. CGI.br activities include the production and dissemination of information on the use of development of internet in Brazil through its operational arm, the Brazilian Network Information Center, NIC.br. There is a wide variety of materials created by TGI and NIC.br, such as books, guides, reports, minutes of CGI.br meetings, resolutions, and technical notes and other outreach materials. During the pandemic, the number of audiovisual content has also grown significantly. Many events moved to the online format, and the videos, for example, were made available on YouTube NIC.br channel, and different areas in NIC.br also start producing different contents, for example, podcasts. And in order to not risk our effort to be just on more out of so many books, videos, images, and sounds, we develop permanent and well-established documentation process to preserve and make all that content available to Brazilian audience. So I would say that we have mainly 3 pillars that support the development of TGI collection. The first pillar is documentation of CGI.br activities, which involves organization, classification, and retrieval of minutes, resolutions, and other activities carried out by CGI.br. All the official documentation produced by CGI are made available online in our website. Another aspect involves the documentation, recording, and preserving memory of CGI.br's activities and process. Making them recoverable is one of the main challenges. It's necessary to thematically sort and catalog this internal information for use in CGI.br process, enhance its transparency, and make it accessible to anyone interested in referencing or repurposing this content. For example, researchers, students, and anyone that would to understand how TGI works and what TGI do. And the second pillar encompasses our publications. For instance, CGI.br book series. This is just an example that the publication that we made. CGI.br book series is a book collection that started in 2014 focuses on references and studies on internet governance in both printed and online format. This series had a significant impact on the local community. These book collections aim to provide the community with access to essential references for internet governance. When the documents are not available in Portuguese, one of the steps include translating these documents, these contents into Portuguese. Just to mention some interesting examples, we have translate the WSIS Declaration, was the first CGI book series that we published. The Jovan Corbalija book's An Introduction to Internet Governance. It's a very important reference to understand what is internet governance. Was a cooperation with Diplo Foundation. We have translated some reports through collaboration with the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network, for example, the Global Status Report, and other documents. And these publications are sent to a large number of libraries in Brazil. Our libraries partner network that receives CGI and NICBR publication has approximately 700 entities across country, including university libraries, public libraries, libraries of research institutions, institutions from third sector, civil society, and the business sector, among others. The books are also adopted by different capacity building initiatives in different parts of Brazil, such as universities, schools, and others. So these publications are very important to in different contexts in Brazil. Furthermore, it's worth underlining that CGI and NICBR embrace an open access model. So our publications are freely available for download on your website under a Creative Commons license. The project third pillar involves designing a physical space to house the physical collection and support the community interested in internet governance subjects. In this sense, we have worked on creating a space with a specialized physical library, which brings together reference printed pieces on the most diverse topics in internet-related activities and areas of knowledge. This library is based at nic.br headquarters. Our work in this way has been to conduct a bibliographical survey, monitoring the bibliographical production on internet governance and related subjects to integrated to the collection. So we are permanently obtaining these new books, new publications on internet governance. Currently, the library has about 1,300 items. We have been prospecting the main academic bibliographic production related to internet subject, technical, social, legal, and others. Reports, periodicals, technical documents as well, and also to document and store the entire CGI and NICBR bibliographical production. So the idea is that the library protect and preserve the production of CGI and NIC.br. So it's a diverse collection reflecting the internet's interdisciplinarity. The library also supports NIC.br teams in their activities. It is also an educational resource useful for our capacity building initiatives, such as the Brazilian Internet Governance School and the Youth Brazilian program, so they can use this library. So considering these three pillars, the project's second phase aim to identify and sort the materials produced by CGI and Nick.br and estimate the amount of digital items and other materials. And then from there, prospect tools and standards for organizing and making these materials available. So considering these three pillars, documentation, publishing, and design the physical library, the following step of the project was to focus on identifying specialized infrastructure for creating and managing collections. So we have been working a lot in prospect and choose good tools to create this collection, to make it useful. So at this stage, the support of the Brazilian Institute of Information and Science and Technology, EBICT, was essential. EBICT is a federal institutional organization in Brazil that gave us free consultation and support on exploring suitable tools and standards for creating, managing, and making information sources available. EBICT also guided us to identify cataloging good practice and standards for bibliographic items and digital objects. And considering the amount of existing materials, their formats, and the project proposal of organizing and enhancing their retrievability, the necessity for the following technology was noted during the process. We need an integrated library system used for book description and cataloging, creating of the online catalog for search, and a system that make it possible for users to borrow books that allow the users using the physical library. A digital repository to register, sort, and organize digital materials and make them available in a structured way. We need a specific software to establish interrelationship between authors, their affiliations, and production and subjects. We need a tool that supporting interoperability standard was a factor that we use. Support standards that enable the exchange of data and metadata across systems. Creation and management vocabularies. And metadata models are essential to the standard to make the records standardized, and indexing. Database integration. We need a tool that integrates different platforms into a single search interface. So we choose open source and free software. It was our philosophy. We choose software specialized in collection management that had a large number of users, mean that software that many libraries use this tool. So just to briefly mention some of softwares we have been using. Here is just a representation of some tools that we use to create and manage all this content. This a Cora, a library system that provides online catalog of the physical collection, lending books, and managing all library activities. It's an open source software that has a large and active community of libraries that use it. So it's a tool that a lot of libraries in the world use this software. DSpace, it's a software for creating digital repositories. DSpace can be used to manage and make digital objects available, including ebooks, videos, audio, and other documents formats. Many academic institutions around the world widely adopt this space. In Brazil, a lot of universities adopt this space to create digital collections. On this platform, we make the files available and describe the subject and the authors using Dublin Core Standard to describe the files. And it also supports interoperability with other systems. Thematres, it's a web application on creating and managing vocabularies and taxonomies. ViewFind, finally, is a discovery tool that integrates all these databases through a single search interface. So it's a tool that allows the user to search in all this browse in all this database. So, in addition to our physical library, repository development has advanced recently. So, we have the physical library, but the repository is under construction. But we plan to launch it soon, making all Brazilian IGF materials available in organized and indexed as collection. It includes the workshop reports, the videos. It is a strategy to increase the visibility of the visibility and the impact of workshops and other materials of the Brazilian IGF. Is just a print screen of the collection. The repository interface, it's under construction. It's a work in progress. The repository allows to create some collection, sub-collection, and for example, this is a collection of the Brazilian IGF. We list our edition, and each edition has the materials, videos, reports, and presentations. It's just it is our last edition of Brazilian IGF. Is a record. So this is our Koha interface. Is the catalog. The users can search in this box and know what titles and books we have. So the collection has been growing in relation to the physical library, so that we will expand the physical space. In the future, it will be an open space in which the community can not only access our specialized collection, but also receive support to search and retrieve specific information efficiently, and taking full advantage from library's vast collection. So in the future, the idea is to open this physical library for the community. We aim to expand interaction with the Brazilian community. Our collections is quite unique. Researchers, students, and practitioners, among others, will benefit from this library. So, we hope that people from civil society, from private sector, can use this library in the future. Some challenges we are facing, for example, the vocabulary construction, the standards to make vocabularies is the main challenge that we deal every day. Most cataloging process and software require standardized terms. Building controlled vocabularies is a challenge in internet governance as a whole. In your previous open forum in 2017, this topic was pointed out as a barrier in general for retrieving information in internet governance. One of the main challenges we face is the availability of collaborative and shared controlled terminology in internet governance and related subject. So we are working on a vocabulary in the internet governance area, focus on semantic retrieval of digital materials. Another challenge concerns the open source set of tools we adopt. They are very robust and meet our needs, but they perform equal to or even better than private software. However, there is a significant complexity in its implementation, development, and maintenance. But we believe that this open source set of tools are also an important way to integrate our collection with other collection, establish network with other organizations, and spread more efficiently TGI and nic.br materials. At the same time that we also have access to new and different publications and materials from partner organizations. So, just to conclude my presentation, the project, I would like to highlight that the project has a potential for many collaborations. We are open to exchange experience, sharing what we have been learning on building our collection, or struggle with these tools. Building an internet governance vocabulary is also one of the project next step. It will become a first pillar of the project. The idea is to create a multilingual vocabulary which allows us to index materials in a standardized, structured manner. This work requires stakeholder collaboration. Our purpose is also to always be in dialogue with the IGF community, so we believe it's essential to build a track on collection in this forum. So thank you. Now we are open to comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Well, this was the overall presentation of our project and the actual status of it. I think, but before anything else, let me just correct something that I just forgot to do at the beginning. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Vinicius. I'm here actually replacing Hartmut Glaser, that guy that you are just reading on the session description. He's the executive secretary of CGI.br in Brazil. He couldn't come here, and I'm replacing him as the moderator of this session. We have many colleagues here from nic.br and CGI.br, from the advisory team, and also from specialized departments of nic.br, departments that produce a lot of knowledge and a lot of materials that are inside of this scope we are just discussing here of how to sort, classify, and spread, and so on. Jean, that just presented the actual status of this project, is the coordinator of this project in nic.br, CGI.br. We also have Amanda with us. She's together with him in this project and will be helping us with the good report for this session, for us also to be able to index this report within the set of tools Jean was just proposing. Well, just to pass the floor to any interested person to make questions, I would just like to say that this session is very important for us because we do think that this is a subject that is not very much discussed, and we do believe that this is very important. For example, yesterday we had that main session on future of digital governance, and we had a member of the libraries ecosystem making a question, and we were just chatting with him after the session and chatting about these initiatives and other discussions related to libraries and access to knowledge. The Libraries Coalition is a very important is a very important coalition in the history of the IGF. Libraries had a very important role to the internet and throughout its history, mainly in terms of access to the internet for some time, and now mainly for the access to knowledge, as we know. And this is something that we are trying to also integrate in the scope of this discussion we are bringing here to the IGF community. So the floor is open for questions. So if someone has comments, questions, please feel free to ask for the floor. And we have Alexandre, we have Everton, and that's it. So please, Alexandre, feel free to. Everton, so.
Okay. Thank you. Is it? Yep, it works. Well, good morning. Thank you, Jean, for the presentation. Thank you, Vinicius, Amanda. I just would like to make more a comment than a question. We oftenly see many Brazilians joining internet governance-related events all over the world, and I just would like to emphasize how important it is to have contents available for the audiences that we deal with, and the collections, the CGI.br collections is a great example of that, because it helps so much to qualify the Brazilian audience in order for them to reach out to participate, to engage in processes, in internet governance related processes in a much higher level than if they just showed up completely new to the environment. So CGI.br collections play a very important role for the community in growing that qualification for the audience in Brazil. So that's more a comment than a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexandre, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and congratulations, Jean, for this amazing project. And I would say that since the last IGF in Geneva that you have mentioned, you've really made a huge progress in systematizing all this documentation. And it is, for me, a good example to be followed by others internet governance structures. I would say that besides this very good work that you have been leading, this should be the basis for a more robust project on Internet Data Archive, which is really very important, not only for researchers and policymakers, but the whole civil society community. So this is a very quick comment, and my question is, since we are dealing with non-structured type of data, documents and publications, have you ever thought of using machine learning algorithms to categorize this type of documentation based on the taxonomy? I'm asking that because at the OECD AI Policy Observatory, they do have algorithm that will, based on that given taxonomy, categorize all the documents related to AI, such as national strategies or regulatory frameworks or legal frameworks, and also technical documentations. This would really enhance even more the great potential that the work you have been leading in terms of constructing this database and documentation.
Thank you, Alexandre. Yes, I think it's a good question. Yeah, we are trying to prospect all these tools and good practice on organizing data and materials. We are working now in text and videos, but we have a huge challenge about data. NIC-BR produced in a lot of data, but we need a tool and standards to use this data more efficiently or extract good insights from this data, and a big challenge is describe, preserve, and make it reusable. Apply other standards, specific standards for data use, and share this data. So I think it's our next phase of the project, how to collect and preserve and make this data useful.
Thank you, Alexandre, for the question. Thank you, Jen, for the answer. Raquel, do you want to get the microphone?
Yes,
Feel
so
free, please.
I also want to make a question, and so for the record, my name is Raquel Gatto. I'm also from Nick BR's team, but this is an individual capacity question. For Jean and Vinicius, thank you very much, and Amanda for your work and the presentation. But my question is for someone who is listening and is inspired right now, you know, to replicate what you were doing, and taking into consideration the 5 years lesson learned that you have, what would be the tips for someone to start this project? If you have like 2 or 3 takeaways that could help someone to replicate.
Thank you, Raquel. It's a very good question. So, in fact, it's a long way. We try to, because we try to apply standards and practice from library studies, information studies field, and it's not the libraries studies is not a field that has a good interface with internet governance. So, but this field has a lot of tools and standards, open source tools, open source softwares that can help organizations to organize this amount of content that internet governance produce all the time. So I think we need dialogue with this community. For example, in Brazil, as I mentioned, IBICT helped us a lot because they had expertise to identify the right tool, the right standard, and some of these tools are for free, but there is a challenge because we need knowledge to understand to programming, to code this tool. So we need interface with the technical community, and I think it's this. And the other challenge is the internet governance communities produce a lot of books, reports, but we don't have a standardized identifiers. We don't use codes to that allows recover this content. So a lot of things we lost this content, and so we need to use this digital object identifiers, different ways to recover and preserve this content. I don't know if I answer your question.
Thank you. I would just pass the floor to Alexandre, but just a brief comment. I'm the moderator, but I would also like to make a comment. Just building on what Jean just said, and also from some parts of his presentation, I think there is a word that is very important for many things related to internet governance, and it also applies to this discussion here about information and archiving and so on. Partnerships. We do need partnerships and collaboration. Partnerships and collaboration are the basis for many of our work within internet governance, and it's not different from this kind of project we are discussing here. If it was not for the partnerships we had, like Jean mentioned, we we probably would have had more difficulties and more barriers to be able to implement and to deploy things related to this project. And this is a work in progress, as he also mentioned, and we still need a lot of partnerships and collaboration to move forward. Alexandre, please.
Just a curiosity, Jean, because we've seen that many organizations like ISO or even OECD are working on taxonomies for different specialized areas, such as AI, or even ISO is working on a taxonomy for ICT in health. But I haven't heard yet any type of initiatives to create a taxonomy on internet governance. So it's just a curiosity if you have an idea, if there is anyone working on this type of creation of a taxonomy. And as Vinicius has just said, I strongly believe that this is a collaborative type of initiative that to build a taxonomy based on many stakeholders building this type of taxonomy. Do you have any idea if this exists or not?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the library studies and information science have this kind of practice, but internet governance, since 5 years ago, every edition, in IGF edition, there is a session or a workshop or DC that try to discuss how to build a vocabulary or taxonomy in internet governance. But I think there is the community struggle. What is this? What we need? How to? Because internet governance is a diverse field, so we need a lot collaboration, a lot subjects and specialized knowledge, but we need discuss in IGF, create a more open forum, maybe a workshop to try to bring the community from information science, from technical community and other stakeholders to think about how to create a vocabulary. And I think it's important community think about what is internet governance. It's an area, it's a field. So when we think in terms of it's a field of knowledge, we need terms, we need concepts, we need to understand the boundaries, to identify what we are. So I think I'm philosophy a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Please.
Good morning. My name is Winston Roberts, and the first thing I must say is to apologize for my late arrival. I have been unwell. I tried to send a message to Everton, but the phone call didn't go through, so apologies for that. Because I'm not well, I don't want to speak a lot, but on the other hand, I am tempted to speak a lot because I should, because I am here on behalf of the International Federation of Library Associations, IFLA, and we are heavily involved in internet governance in the IGF process as one of the multi-stakeholder communities. I am not prepared for this session because I had not really planned to attend it. However, thanks to Everton's invitation, I have come along, and I seem to have arrived just in the middle of a very interesting discussion about libraries. So this is an interesting coincidence. But the question is, what do you mean by libraries? The library sector is like any global professional sector. It has regions and sub-regions and categories and types. It has technical standards for all its different types of operations. And when we talk about technical standards, we tend to mean standards for performance, standards for service delivery. We also mean standards for processes within libraries, but that's not of great concern to you, I think. One area of standards that does concern us is coding, but I'm not an expert in that, so I won't comment further. I think the main thing to say is that we do have, I disagree with the previous speaker who said there is not really an interface between your sector and libraries. I don't agree with that, because we cannot deliver our services without using the internet. We cannot possibly do that, because all our services depend on certain applications of the internet, and the transmission of our information services depends on the internet. We don't use physical transport so much anymore, we use the internet. And, you know, if you regard a library as a building with books, then it cannot disseminate its information without using the internet. On the other hand, a library is not anymore just a building with books. The library is a motor for generating information and disseminating information, and it has to use the internet, and therefore it has to use, excuse me, the libraries use the internet as a platform. We provide content services we put content on the internet, we deliver, we mediate between the internet service providers and our users. And we provide information to our users. We help them understand the purpose of the internet. We help them understand, evaluate information they find on the net. We help them develop digital literacy and information literacy, which means learning how to understand the truth or untruth of the information they find on the net, how not to be fooled, and how to use it constructively. We have a lot of things in common with the technical community. One of those is the inclusion of all sectors of society in the information ecosystems that we have today. Inclusion of all, regardless of whether they are men, women, children, regardless of their beliefs, their religions, their race, their anything. We do not discriminate. Information services are support for democracy, and we educate our children using these information services, but also in education. Internet is used in schools, in school libraries, not just in textbooks, but in information services which are online in classrooms, at least in many countries. So I feel I'm turning into a professor in this comment. Sorry, I didn't mean to come along and talk like an academic. What I suggest you do is, if you want to know more about IFLA, then you look at our website, which is www.ifla.org. It's based in the Netherlands. It has a secretariat in the Netherlands, and my microphone's not working. Two of our senior people from headquarters from the Secretariat are here at the IGF. One of them is Maria de Bradefer. She's Mexicana, but she speaks many languages. I'll give you her name. No, not that. But I'll give you her email to you, the secretary, or somebody if you like. But we also have, you could email her to ask her details, and you could also email our policy director, Stephen Weiber, whose name you will find on the internet as well, Stephen, with PH, not V, Stephen, PH. You could email him to ask about our policies on the internet, but particularly look at information on our website about the Internet Manifesto, which we are developing. We published our Internet Manifesto 10 years ago. It's being updated now because of all the new technical developments. Things go very fast, as you know, and a 10-year-old manifesto is very out of date. But remember that we are developing a manifesto for libraries, not for you, but for libraries. So we're trying to tell our members what the internet is, how it is important for them, for their societies. But it's also important for you to understand how we use the internet services that you are developing. So the two sectors have a strong interface, intellectually and politically, in terms of policy, I mean. Another thing is that we have a regional committee for Latin America and the Caribbean, IFLALAC, and you'll find information. I can't give you, I don't want to give you names and addresses and emails now in this session, but look on our website and you will find the details of our regional committee and the members, the chair and secretary, and the regional office. And I think you should contact them and ask them all the questions you would like. If they don't know the answers, they will refer them to headquarters. But we are heavily involved in the policy process with the multi-stakeholder community. We support this IGF process. We have been doing this since it started in 2005. Okay, I've said enough, and I'm going to start coughing if I keep talking, so apologies again. If you want to ask me questions after the session, feel free to come and approach me. Thank you.
Thank you, Winston. Thank you for your intervention, and don't worry, we were actually talking about libraries, really, and you just arrived at a very, very, very good moment. Well, you could not be in the first part of the session, but the session was actually was about presenting our project in terms of how it is in terms of status, and also discussing some of its challenges in terms of developing, advancing, but also in terms of collaboration and partnership, as we were just discussing when you arrived. So your intervention regarding IFLA, that is something we try to follow as well within the ecosystem, and also the Dynamic Coalition on Libraries. All of these, we are actually following the developments as well. So all of this is very connected, so thank you very much for your intervention. Diogo, you had a question or a comment?
Hello, yeah, it's working now. Okay, good morning. It's not a question; it's just a comment or an idea, because Alexander mentioned about taxonomy and so on, and also machine learning algorithms. And we see, I mean, we are in a new way since the beginning of the year with large language models. And I do think you could explore like large language models on this process, because we see many research from the technical point of view, possibilities of using large language models to extract like taxonomies or try to identify. Of course, it's not will be the final taxonomy, but could help it to extract insights. And it's like a paradox, because large language model hallucinates because it does not have a curated knowledge there, but it's also being used as a tool to extract taxonomies, and then go to a process of human creating these and using again in new algorithms. So it's just an idea that you can pursue in the future with partners, and I mean, we can be a partner for this. So thank you, and congratulations for the project and for the presentation.
Thank you, Diogo, for your question and for your proposal of partnership. We will charge you anytime. Well, I think we are actually arriving and reaching the time limit we have for this session. It's almost 9:30 is the limit we have. Do we have any final comment or question? If not, I'm passing the word to Jean for Jean to say some final words, and then we can just close the session. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Vinicius. Just a few comments. Just to say thank you. I think we got a lot of insights for our next step, and just emphasize that we try to build a library that is just more than it's more than books. We try to attend all the necessities around the information on internet governance to enable the Brazilian community and others to participate and build internet governance. And we are open to collaborations and contributions. So I think it's this. So thank you very much, and we can talk after the session if someone has some question. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The session is closed. See you in other sessions, in the IGF and other moments. Thank you. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimashita. Me chama, a gente faz junto. Acho que eu vou ter agora uma reunião agora às 10. Até às 11 tem a main session às 11h30. Mas aí, tipo, se você vier me procurar ali, a gente faz um login na main session. Ou eu te passo os dados para você colocar lá. Posso te passar os dados. Eu, o Everton, o Vinícius. Ah, então beleza, eu te passo os dados de novo. Tá bom.
Some of our people librarians who may not fully understand all the technical side of the work. What we're trying to do is develop a stronger interface in terms of policy. It's not just, we have a few,
for survive.
Sure, sure.
So thank you.
Okay.
It's not cheap stuff. So let's see how that one goes.
This is probably this was probably on the scout.
It's funny because you're stylishly dressed. Well, if you dress up and you not come as a savage, like at breakfast, but then you dress nicely. Yeah, but yours is probably cheaper. You're probably more clever, more cost effective.
Well, there is no point in coming with a proper white shirt to breakfast because I will stay.
No, I got good that I just do that every 100th time. So. But I understand the concept. Is that your confused face? Yes. It looks great. Thank you. Did you bring the cookies?
Does Rennie have any slides?
Didn't you bring?
No.
Did you promise cookies? No. But you never said when.
I never said when, and it's also behavior-based, right?
Pardon?
It's also behavior-based.
Oh, right. So that means I will never get them. That was easy for you.
I don't know.
What are the requirements? Which behavior do you want to reward? No, that's complicated. I want the cookie. You say it's behavior. I like the checkers. I have them as conference checkers. The last one, whatever, 1 to 3 years, to prove how evil I am to them. And then, get another new. It's kind of boring. Not as fancy.
You're kidding, right?
But I do like the, whatever it is, the top thing, the pattern.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending. No problem. I'm so nervous to looking at that.
The big sizes are in the corner.
No, it's more about how it does now and how my favorite.
Some good to see you.
Ben doesn't
Well,
have any
I
slides.
really always smile at you if you're not making me having a meeting at midnight.
So you, Leon, and Edmond. Is Edmond here? So Leon, so the way we are envisioning this is basically to make it a conversation. Yes. Free flow. There are some guiding questions here, except for the opening remarks by Claire and Sally.
Okay, yeah.
And then you open.
Because there's some of the like opening remarks are if everyone is going to have opening remarks, it will be too long. It's best they all
The two of them opening remarks which are prepared, and then we just kick the conversation.
Yeah.
The bottom line which I want, the bottom line that I want to come out of this conversation, none of the SDGs can be achieved if the internet is not working.
Okay.
And the internet may stop working if we don't do
In case
our
there's an emergency.
stuff like that.
So are we gonna do it as a dialogue with the audience? So we're gonna let them jump in if they have.
It should be that way.
Yes, because
I don't know why they
it's more dynamic and it actually fosters interaction.
But see what happened is Sally's coming through Zoom. So what they did was they prepared a speech for me and they said, I'll see what, and then I'll give it to her, but she's got a prepared speech. So then what we're gonna do is we'll do the prepared speeches and then you guys make informal remarks.
I love
You
that.
and Edmund and Darko.
I love that. Yes.
And then
Go grab some water.
so Benny, just tell me where to sit.
Huh?
Tell me where to sit.
You can sit here because this is the microphone, kind of the center, and we can.
Okay.
You can sit here, Danko here. flying home and then to Hamburg, or are you flying directly?
No, I'm going home first.
Going
Yeah,
home.
yeah, yeah. I'm going home. Definitely going home first. Okay. Are you going straight to Hamburg?
No.
Yeah, your daughter's with you still, right? Yeah.
She's there.
Yeah.
She's cheering. I have a cheerleader.
Where is she?
Right there. Anna.
Oh, hi, Anna. She's 12?
12, yes.
That's very sweet of her. I'll say I don't have to. Say. Oh, thank you. Hi, Keith.
Thank you. Danko, come sit here.
Oh.
Do you need another, or are you good with one?
I still have a question.
Oh, that's not mine.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was confused.
Okay.
I think I'm doing the
What happened? Why is this not connecting? What's the password?
Kyoto 2023 with all lowercase.
Kyoto 2023.
So you're bringing Branka to Hamburg? Are you bringing Branka to Hamburg? It's a short trip, right?
Guys.
I'm bringing my other daughter too.
Oh.
Nice.
So we thought Sri Lanka also can, but it's a really long way,
It's a long way, yes.
expensive travel. And she had some vacation back home. So I have, I think, like 3 full days at home.
Say to me. So I'm getting home on Saturday. I'm gonna be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then on Wednesday on to Hamburg.
I agree.
That could be part of the requirements.
I agree. I agree.
Even less people show that. Hello. Can you? Oh, it's working. Amazing. Guys who are sitting in the back, why don't you take seats at the table, especially for the UN staff, but also for the ICANN staff. There is no need to sit on those chairs because there is plenty of room on the table. Come on. Come on. That's okay. We have a few minutes.
Oh, so cute. Yes, that's so cute.
I don't know, can you?
You're missing Edmund. Okay.
Is the microphone in her face? Okay.
1, 2, 3, squinch.
I think so, as I'm asking.
She's online? Oh, good.
Okay.
And you have connected to the Zoom there, so you can see. Yeah, why not?
Okay, you want to?
You can join the table. Because we figured out, there's so many seats. If we start on time, we might be the first session starting on time, so I wonder whether we should give a couple of minutes to the people, but we have somebody who is waiting online to speak, actually, Sally Costerton. So it's a little bit, I think it's 1:45 in where she is, which is a little bit cool, so I think without a further delay, thank you everyone for coming to the ICANN Open Forum, the multi-stakeholder model driver for global services and sustainable development goals. My name is Veni Markowski. I'm head of government engagement for ICANN. And we have several speakers with us, but the room is, as you can see, we are very open and close to each other. So if you have any questions, also online moderation is provided by my colleague Vera. If there is any questions, you can just ping me, Vera, and we'll introduce the questions. So we will give the floor to Tripti Sinha, our chair of the board. We have also later on Danko, Leon, and Edmond speaking, and we have Sally Costerton, our CEO and president and CEO, who will be joining us online. So Tripti, I think with that we can give you the, take the floor for your welcoming remarks.
Okay, thank you, Veni. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to ICANN's Open Forum. It is a privilege to join you today to explore the role of the multi-stakeholder governance model in shaping the internet ecosystem over the last 25 years. The internet, as you know, is a dynamic and ever-evolving landscape, has woven itself into the fabric of our lives. It connects people, transcending borders and cultures, and bestows us with a wealth of knowledge and communication. But what is often hidden behind this seamless connectivity is a participation of thousands of stakeholders who work together to maintain a stable and reliable internet. So in today's discussion, we will delve into the multi-stakeholder model of governance and internet governance and how it has played a pivotal role in creating our digital economy while contributing to the realization of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs.
Just a little bit slower for the transcribers to make sure that...
Okay.
Thanks.
So this model lies at the heart of everything ICANN does, shaping policy, implementing changes, and managing the unique identifiers that maintain the Internet stability and interoperability. ICANN, or the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, is a non-profit organization that coordinates these identifiers. Every time you go online, regardless of the device you are using, the network you are connected to, or where you are in the world, you interact with the Internet's unique identifier systems that are coordinated and managed by ICANN. For example, when you type a domain name, such as icann.org, into your browser, ICANN ensures, in coordination with many others, that you end up at the correct website. We make that happen at a technical level. ICANN also coordinates policy development around the technical aspects of the Internet. These policies are developed by a multi-stakeholder community, a rich tapestry of representatives from the private sector, governments, the technical community, civil society, and even individual Internet users. Together, this community is committed to serving the best interests of the public, not only the billions of users online currently, but those who are waiting to connect. Today, nearly every device that's connected to the Internet runs on the same set of protocols and standards and uses the same identifier systems. By using this shared voluntary system, they are all able to communicate with each other, creating a vast interconnected network. At ICANN, we take seriously our responsibility to inform and collaborate with policymakers to ensure that their efforts to protect their communities do not unintentionally damage the Internet's functionality. Furthermore, governments and intergovernmental organizations are encouraged to participate in ICANN's multi-stakeholder policy development process. Our Governmental Advisory Committee, which advises the ICANN board on public policy issues, currently has 182 member governments and 38 observer organizations. The Internet, as you know, knows no political or geographic boundaries. Keeping the Internet running is a worldwide effort involving thousands of people with a shared goal: to connect. As we delve into the workings of this multi-stakeholder model of intergovernance, it is essential to recognize that this approach is one of the most inclusive and democratic forms of decision-making ever devised. This approach produces strong results because everyone has a stake in the outcome. The multi-stakeholder model has allowed the Internet and the digital economy to flourish. It has allowed the Internet to function without fail for nearly 40 years, even as the number of users and traffic has exploded. This bottom-up inclusive model is not just an idea, it's a reality. So thank you for being part of this important conversation. Let us work together to further understand, appreciate, and contribute to the continued success of the multi-stakeholder model in ensuring a stable, reliable, and unified global Internet that benefits everyone. Now I will turn it over to Sally Costerton, ICANN's interim president and CEO, to share how the multi-stakeholder model and ICANN community is creating a more inclusive Internet. Sally, over to you.
Thank you, Tripti. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Good start. Thank you very much. Thank you, and once again, welcome everyone to ICANN's Open Forum. And whether you are participating here in person or online, I look forward to engaging in this discussion with you. Since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, ICANN has worked hard to ensure equitable participation in our meetings for both in-person and remote attendees. We continue to apply those lessons learned to ensure effective engagement with all our stakeholders on this hybrid model. Building on what Tripti said, I'd like to take a few minutes to delve a bit deeper into a couple of examples that demonstrate the power of the multi-stakeholder model that Tripti described in shaping our digital world. A pivotal moment that showcased the model's effectiveness took place 7 years ago this month. In October 2016, oversight of the coordination and management of the domain name system or DNS, was handed from the US government to the global internet community. It was a profound exercise in trust, collaboration, and consensus-driven decision-making. Through countless hours of dialogue and negotiation, stakeholders from all corners of the globe came together to ensure that the transition would be smooth and that the internet stability and security would remain uncompromised. This transition established ICANN as an independent global organization accountable to the world that exemplifies how collective efforts and shared responsibility drive positive change. In the 7 years since, the global community has demonstrated that the IANA stewardship transition was a resounding success, a testament to the multi-stakeholder model's ability to work in the best interests of the global internet community. It showed that when diverse voices collaborate with a common goal, we can achieve remarkable outcomes. More recently, the world was struck by the COVID-19 pandemic. The unprecedented crisis tested the internet in ways we could never have imagined. Overnight, the world turned to the internet for everything, for remote work, education, healthcare, and staying connected with loved ones. The internet's ability to scale up and provide essential connectivity during this crisis in a sustainable way was nothing short of remarkable. But what's even more noteworthy is how the multi-stakeholder model played a crucial role in ensuring that the internet continued to function seamlessly. Governments, internet service providers, technology companies, and civil society organizations joined forces to keep the digital infrastructure running smoothly. They worked together to address challenges such as increased demand for bandwidth and ever-changing cybersecurity threats. Now, the multi-stakeholder ICANN community has turned its focus to creating a more multilingual, inclusive internet. Everyone, regardless of their background, culture, language, or location, should be able to make full use of the internet. And ICANN is working to expand the DNS to support more languages and scripts. Many of the current users and most of the next billion users coming online are part of communities that speak and write in languages other than English and scripts other than ASCII. True, local, and global meaningful access to the internet can only be accomplished when all internet-enabled applications, devices, and systems work with and accept all valid domain names and email addresses. As we work towards true digital inclusivity, let us remember all that the multi-stakeholder community has achieved so far. Let us continue to embrace the multi-stakeholder model as a guiding principle in internet governance, ensuring that the internet remains a powerful force for good in the world. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts on these important topics.
Thank you, Sally, and thanks for being with us given the late or early rather time. But feel free, by the way, if you have any comments when we start the conversation, to raise your hand or just unmute yourself, because I understand you're a co-host and you can do that and intervene in our conversation. So I'm going to open the conversation with a couple of guiding questions, but guys who are here, feel free, to, again, raise your hand. There are microphones enough in the room, so you can, and I see familiar faces here, so you can comment or ask questions. So we would love to hear also your contributions on the topic that we're discussing. So I spend most of my time at the United Nations, so the topic of the SDGs is near and dear to my heart. So I would rather start the conversation with questions to you guys, the panelists, as to what are the tenets of the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance and why are they important to ensuring this open, secure, and interoperable and resilient internet ecosystem that we have. So who would want to take the first? Leon? Oops.
Thank you very much, Veni, and thank you everyone for being here with us. I think that, as Benny was trying to say, we're trying to make this more as a dialogue rather than a monologue, so feel free to chime in and raise your hand and just contribute to the conversation at any time. So I think the multi-stakeholder model is essential to not only internet governance, but I see it, penetrating other real realms of society nowadays. And I think it's important because it's the place where everyone has a seat at the table. And not only a seat at the table, but a seat on a horizontal structure, right? Rather than a top-down model, at least how it works in ICANN, is on a bottom-up fashion, right? So it guarantees and it ensures that every stakeholder and every interest group has a saying and is able to raise their voice, and that voice is taken into account. Now, we often confuse being taken into account with producing the outcome that we wished that it was produced by raising our voices. Now, that's definitely not how any model works, I guess. And the multi-stakeholder model is not an exception. But I think what's important is that everyone is heard. Everyone is, again, sat at the table and able to voice their thoughts, voice their interests. And if, the arguments are so that your point of view prevails, then that is one of the wonderful things that the multi-stakeholder model has, that by consensus, it fosters these interaction between stakeholders that sometimes may have, very opposite points of views and very opposite interests. Nevertheless, through dialogue and through these conversations, we find common grounds that enable us to take action and to build policies and agreements that make the internet work how it works. And I think it's one of the principles that we should continue to uphold and foster for the next generations to learn and to improve, because of course the model is not perfect, right? So we have room for improvement within the model, and I think that's essential to what we do here in the IGF, right? To try to find those areas of opportunity in which we can improve the multi-stakeholder model and try to then go back to our communities and implement those improvements to strengthen and to make the multi-stakeholder model more efficient. So that's my initial contribution, Benny, and of course, happy to hear others' thoughts.
Thanks, Leon. What you're saying about the fact that everyone is heard is very important, because indeed in the multi-stakeholder universe and at the IGF it is the case. And at ICANN it is the case. Anybody can come to the microphone, take the floor and speak equally with the others. Danko, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Benny. Danko Jevtovic, for the record. So I think Leon has very nicely outlined how the model works. But also we are here at the IGF to celebrate the success of the internet in contributing to the humanity, to the strategic sustainable development goals that UN has. And in discussing that, we are looking also at the model, but I was originally techie, so I would like to comment a bit why the technical community is important part of the multi-stakeholder model. So we heard in the Triptys and Sally's opening remarks some very important words like interoperability, voluntary system, open standards, and everything. So I would like us to remind us that basically the technical layer of the internet is on top of the world telecommunication network that now often includes mobile telephony. But this technical layer is actually based on those very open standards and on accepting what is defining the internet. And this is IPv4, IPv6, and the DNS system. And the key to success of the system is acceptance of these voluntarily defined addresses of the root server system that actually everyone wants to use because everyone is there. So the power of the network that is happening is something that is attracting the users. So the importance of the internet in today's lives is not coming from some sort of the top-down approach, but is coming from the interest of the end users to actually use this network we have. So I think this shows that the open, liberal and voluntarily approach taken on by the technical community is very much contributing to the success of the whole model. So this is, in my opinion, one of the reasons why the model works. And now, of course, in the multi-stakeholder way, there is a very important role of the other stakeholders, governments caring for the public interest, in their democratic processes, academia, obviously civil society, and businesses. So we are all together in this, and in exercising the model, as Leon commented, it works, and we celebrate that here. Thank you.
I'd just like to add something to what Danko and Leon just said. Fundamentally, when technology is created, invented, and developed, it's not done in isolation, and it's done for a reason. They're created for enablement. There's a form and function to it. So you essentially have to bring multiple stakeholders to the table, because no one is working here in isolation, because then it serves no purpose. So typically technologies, a technical community develops a technology to enable a user community, and then around that you need to wrap policies and so forth so that they implement it fairly and abide by prevailing laws, so on and so forth. And technology in the internet in particular, of course, stimulates the economy and businesses and so forth. So we're all sort of interconnected. So let's not forget the fundamental premise that we don't work in isolation.
Thanks, Edmund. You?
Yeah, Edmund Chung here. Happy to add a little bit of my perspective. I think I love ICANN, and it's very important. I grew up with ICANN and almost, but we're here to celebrate the multi-stakeholder model, not just ICANN. ICANN is one of many successful multi-stakeholder models for internet governance. IGF here, the multi-stakeholder advisory group, the MAG of the IGF, is another one. The IETF, the RRRs use a different model, but they are all successful multi-stakeholder models for the global internet, and that's what makes it work. I think that's a very important part. It's the global internet governance ecosystem that really makes it tick, because I think both Tripti and Sally earlier mentioned that really every click on the internet touches the DNS, touches the IP addressing system, and ICANN plays a role in maintaining the unique identifiers, but these identifiers are developed by the IETF and also maintained by the RIRs as well. So it is working together that makes the global internet governance system work. So another thing that Sally touched on that I want to add is the internationalized domain names. Those who know me know that that's a topic of passion, but this has been a topic of passion for 25 years. But 25 years ago, I went to ICANN, and the door was completely open and allowed me to really pick up the mic and start speaking. That goes to Leon's point about being able to raise a voice for issues that are important, because I do believe that a fully multilingual internet is important, and it is a foundation towards digital inclusion, which brings me to the topic of SDGs. It's the Sustainable Development Goals that is really important because the internet is supporting the achievement of these goals. And if you look at IDNs, for example, the acceptance, the universal acceptance of the multilingual internet needs other stakeholders as well. And it's not just ICANN, it's not even just the internet governance ecosystem. We need other stakeholders, more of the governments, more of the academia, more of the industry and civil society around the world to make this work. So that's, in my mind, what is, I guess, beautiful about this, this model. And Venny started opened the discussion by, saying what are some of the tenets? Well, multi-stakeholder model is of course one of them, but there is a little bit more. So what is in the multi-stakeholder model is also important, and I will highlight two of them that I believe are important tenets. One is the bottom-up agenda setting. And that's what ICANN is about. That's what 25 years ago I was able to step into the mic and speak about. That's what the IGF here embraces as well. The bottom-up agenda setting of the program, the MAG and the workshops. The other thing is consensus-based and rough consensus. And I think both Leon and Danko mentioned it. Not necessarily, always be on the side of the consensus. Sometimes you would be on the side of the rough, right? For the first 10 years, I have been struggling to get anyone being interested in IDNs to, and it took time for the technology and policy to develop. So, those two things are equally important, I think, as part of the ecosystem. So finally, I wanted to touch on one thing. There are attacks to the system. There are attacks to ICANN. There are attacks to this global multi-stakeholder model. And for example, that it's being slow, that things aren't getting done. I think it's the time it takes to develop a global consensus on global policies need time. But that doesn't mean there are not situations that almost borders into filibustering, right? I mean, there are those cases, and that's why we need to continue to improve. Is it fully democratic? No. Is it a representative democracy? No. But it is a more deliberative, it is a more liquid kind of democracy, but we need to continuously improve it. And at the GNSO at ICANN, you would hear that the policy development process is now in 3.0. What that means is that over the last 20 years, it has been updated 3 times. So that's an important part of the multi-stakeholder model, I think. And finally, I want to say I very much believe that a noisy ICANN is a healthy ICANN. That being said, for those who want to challenge this system, and those who want to, really sort of extinguish this open and bottom-up and consensus-based approach, we also need to develop protection mechanisms, and I think ICANN has developed some of it. And then I think also the internet institutions are going through processes to improve that, because we need these inoculation mechanisms built into it so that the multi-stakeholder model can continue to thrive. So for those who want to come and challenge, I would challenge them to come and participate and change ICANN, but also be warned that we do have these inoculation mechanisms to repel those who intend to kill the multi-stakeholder bottom-up consensus-based mode. So, I guess this is what defines ICANN in my mind. And why I love it, and the internet governance ecosystem has really proven its resilience and value to humanity, and let's build it better.
Thanks a lot. I don't know, Sally, if you wanna step in a little bit on that question, or if not, I have another one for you. But let me see what you think.
I'm happy to take a slide. Why don't we go to the next question, Penny? Unless anybody, I mean, I think
there is a question in the room, yeah. Can you just introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Varun Dhanapala from Sri Lanka, Government of Sri Lanka, and one time GAC alternate member. So we, just to add to the colleague, so there are a lot of argument of this model, multi-stakeholder model, and all these things. I was actually new to this ICANN business. My colleague Jayanta Fernando introduced me, and then I went for an orientation session in Kathmandu. Then only I realized what it really is and engage with various stakeholders, but we could build trust in this model. So there is I attended a couple of sessions, one of the AGMs in maybe Montreal or Barcelona, and there are some arguments whether it is whether there's a competition between IGF and ICANN, and I see it rather a complementary rather than competitive. So there's a lot of give and take things from the state-driven or multi-stakeholder-driven approaches. So that's what I got. And I also, having a diplomat hat in New York, I think we could host one of the events for ICANN by the Sri Lanka Commission in New York for various nation states to give some light on what ICANN is doing in New York. So I think that when it compares to many of the infrastructure, I think the internet has a wide outreach, and there should be a real strength should be harnessed through all these aspects. That's my comment and to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Sally, we were talking, I think Edmund mentioned about the resiliency and how the service is working. So the DNS is providing uninterrupted service, which illustrates its reliability and connectivity. How do you think the multi-stakeholder model contributed to maintaining this level of resiliency? And do you think this model actually is the one that helped the internet?
Thank you, Benny. Yes, is the short answer to the last part of your question. But let me explain a little bit about how I think that works. Well, I think probably everybody maybe in this room understands this, but I think it merits repeating that it is not ICANN. Part of ICANN's mission is to serve the global public interest. So the maintenance, the mandate to ensure the stable, secure, and resilient and open DNS is how we do that. That is what we are actually delivering to the internet users of the world. And you may say, well, why does that matter? Well, because every time any of us go online, whatever device you're using, you are, or whatever type of network you're connected to, or wherever you are in the world, you're going to touch something that originates from ICANN. And that takes the form of the unique identifiers, particularly the domain name system identifiers that enable internet users to connect to each other. So at its simplest level, if you type icann.org into a browser, that system ensures that you can end up on the right site. And we make that work at a technical level. Do it in coordination with partners in the technical ecosystem. And we are not a political organization. So at ICANN, it is different groups of people from many diverse communities, as many people have referred to already this morning, performing that mission and doing it using a bottom-up process that uses consensus. And what that means is that when those policies are developed, in my experience at ICANN, and I think what ICANN has brought to the world in the last 25 years, it's our 25th anniversary this year, is sustainable policy because it has the hands of so many people over it. The consensus model is so critical because diversity means people come to ICANN and they don't agree. They may come from many different points of view in the analog world where they have different ways of doing things. But when it comes to making the policy and coordinating the identifiers that deliver this service to the world, this critical service that keeps the internet open and functioning and always on, they do it using this consensus model where you come into ICANN and you agree that you will find a way forward, and that policy will then have the stamp of agreement and approval and support of the multi-stakeholder community that represents the world's internet users at ICANN. And that is, as Edmund said, and he's right, sometimes that process can take quite a long time, because to get people to agree to something that is sustainable and that works and that contribute to that critical infrastructure that we all rely on so much, you can't rush these things. They have to work. They have to work technically. They have to work between all the stakeholders that use the internet. And in order to do that, we have to do one thing that maybe we haven't talked about yet today, but I want to stress it, and that is we have to build trust. And trust is built between people, one-to-one, structures, as in organizational groups, organizations, countries, governments, and we all have to have that climate of trust, that ability to trust that we are going to do what we said we were going to do every second, every minute, every day, every hour, wherever internet users are in the world. And the power of the internet comes from the fact that it is a single interoperable system, which is accessible globally and locally, such that that great strength that we deliver that all the time can sometimes be challenging because it looks so easy. It can look to people that don't understand how it works like it's just there. It's just always there, if you like a magic trick. But the reality is as Tripti said in her comments, that to focus on that part of the internet, we need an internet governance structure, as we work so closely today with the MAG, with the IGF, and have done for the whole of the period of the time ICANN has been in existence. That the aspects of internet governance around content are outside our remit. So when we are working, we're working around our mission, around the governance of specifically the technical infrastructure layer. And I think that level of focus has been an incredibly important part of ICANN's ability to deliver that success over the years. And finally, I just wanted to say is that one of the key elements we have to focus on, and I've been very involved in this in the time I've been working in this organization, we have to keep bringing new people in. The world is changing constantly. The internet is an increasingly important element and aspect and driver of that change. And in order to do that, we have to keep widening the net. We need to keep bringing new users into ICANN, and we need to help them with capacity development tools and with working together to come into our world, like Edmund said, to show up, to feel welcome, to feel heard, to feel equal, to feel empowered so that they can make meaningful contributions. I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you. Before I see a couple of hands, but I would just want to make sure if somebody. Okay. Oh, Edmund wants. Oh, you know. Oh, go ahead. Sebastian was first, I think. Can you? Yeah, there is a microphone, but it's okay.
All right. Steve Delbianco with.
I know you can argue who's gonna first.
Steve Delbianco with NetChoice, and we're halfway through this session, and thus far, the audience to which the message has been directed would be an audience of multi-stakeholders who don't really have any experience with ICANN. To that extent, it's been normative and aspirational about how welcome it is to have a voice. I think that's appropriate to bring people into the consideration of trying ICANN. But at least half of our audience at an IGF, the 17th IGF, are people that have been working within ICANN, as I have for 20 years. That audience realizes that having a voice is not the same thing as having influence. And that audience might regard with some skepticism the ease with which having a voice affects outcomes. We actually have a good story to tell to that second audience. And our story would be how business, government, and civil society, if they do more than exercise a voice, if they actually show up and participate, can, over time, begin to nudge and change policies. Giving examples that will affect the thinking that will go on, the debate that will go on in governments at the General Assembly over the next 2 years. Some of that audience experienced ICANN, and we need to remind them how governments, through the GAC, have a special form of influence at ICANN, how we engineered their special role through the transition, how governments affect the way ICANN moves and has a huge role on the new GTLD program. Civil society, we want to remind them that over a decade of effort, they did have a significant nudge to the way ICANN handled the publication of WHOIS data and the new policies that emerge. And in the business community, the story's a little more muddled because different parts of the business community see ICANN in a different way. But all are able to influence policy, but only by participation. I really believe you oversell the value of, having a voice, giving a speech and an open microphone. That is not going to ring true and effective for the audience that will decide the degree to which governments will accommodate ICANN's role in the vote the General Assembly takes in less than 2 years.
For those of you who are wondering what this vote is in 2 years, it's the WSIS plus 20 review, which many sessions here actually have touched on that. Sebastian.
Thank you, Sebastian Bachelet. I wanted to come back to a few positive things and maybe some less positive on ICANN. The first is that, yes, it is participation. And ICANN, it's the only multi-stakeholder organization who support participation to some of the people. I will just take one example. During the pandemic, ICANN decided to help the people to be connected to internet, to participate to the meeting of ICANN in some country where it was expensive, difficult, and there are many other examples. I don't want to take too long on that, but for me, it's one of the it's the only organization doing that. Therefore, it's important to put that on the table. I understand that you are happy with what ICANN is doing, and we are happy with ICANN is doing. But I feel that we can bring new people, yes, but we need also old-timers. And we can't say one and not the other. The diversity is important. We can't have people just, okay, let's have everybody out and put new people. We need to have this diversity. It's also important to continue to have more and more diversity of age, diversity of language, background, and so on and so forth. But I really feel that after 25 years and more than 20 years of the last real reorganization of ICANN, it's time to sit down and to think about that. Yes, I know there are pressing issues, the next round of TLD, the AirDAP, and so on and so forth. But if we don't sit down now, and I say now, to discuss how we can evolve ICANN to shorten the time of decision. Yes, we need time, but maybe we don't need so much time. With 20 years, more than 20 years, we are discussing on that. It's sometime we need to find a way to have decision making, maybe a little bit different. Yes, maybe it will be to take out to some bodies the final decision, maybe to rebalance the things was done after the transition. But if we don't sit down now, I am in trouble for the future. Yes, we are doing very good things, and yes, ICANN is essential, and the way ICANN is working, it's very good, but we can do better. Thank you.
To address those Steve's comments, you're absolutely right that it's one thing to say we are open and anyone, but participation is important. One thing that is coming out of literally like last week, I'm already lost what day is today, is that with regards to the governments, because I know you understand the importance of them participating, and ICANN not just having a voice, is that there will be a high-level governmental meeting in Rwanda on June 9th. And we've already used the opportunity, in our meetings here with government officials to invite them, and there are some commitments already of people to come. There will be some official announcement coming at the ICANN Hamburg meeting. But it's important, as important as the other stakeholders' participation, or maybe even more so, because of the process that you mentioned, the WSIS plus 20, and the Global Digital Compact, which is next year. So we are not happy about the fact that, it's an open microphone, anybody can speak. But we are happy that governments actually, we see now with Rwanda taking the lead, to host a high-level governmental meeting, and with the conversations that we had here, and the bilaterals that I have in the last several months, there is, I would say, renewed commitment by governments to participate, not just to have the right to participate. So we'll see, they make promises, we'll see how it goes. Do we have any questions online or no? I don't know if Sally, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Benny. I absolutely agree with what Steve and Sebastian said about participation, meaningful participation, and that requires empowered stakeholders who are equipped with the right skills and knowledge and confidence. So people skills, individual skills, as well as the knowledge that they need, the subject matter, the knowledge that they need to contribute. Because Steve's right, the purpose is to create sustainable policy and to have an influence on that, and to make sure that it's done through the voices of many and not few.
Thanks, Sally. We have several comments here. Go ahead, John.
Thanks. Jonathan Zook from the Innovators Network Foundation, and I'm currently serve as the chair of the ALAC, which is the part of the ICANN community that endeavors to represent the interests of individual end users. But just speaking for myself and talking about ICANN generally, it's interesting what Sebastian said, that we're good, but we could be better. And I suspect that no matter what we do, that will always be the description of ICANN, right? There's that song, imperfectly perfect, or perfectly imperfect, or whatever it is, right? And that's going to be the answer. When Jordan Carter yesterday asked people to raise their hand if he thought that internet governance was perfect, I raised my hand. He didn't see me, thankfully, because it might have led to an extended conversation. But the truth of the matter is, doesn't mean that if you have a perfect system, you're going to have perfect outcomes or anything like that. It just means that you have a system that has the capacity to evolve, that has the capacity to deal with change, et cetera. But one thing I feel like I've been talking about for about 20 years that I think is a challenge, much more so than the structure of ICANN, is the ability to involve people periodically. Because there's a lot of people out there in the sort of internet community that have specific areas of expertise, but don't have a general interest in devoting their life to the work of ICANN. And we sort of create this binary that says, okay, you can come participate, and as Steve says, you can influence things, and Steve's managed to influence things with just participating for 20 years in the ICANN process. And I think we really need to find a way to, and this was part of the GNSO's efforts with PDP 3.0, was to find a way to make the efforts more granular so that I'm asking smaller questions, I'm packaging them in a way that people that have domain expertise can participate for the duration of that small conversation and go back to their regular life. I mean, we don't want twice as many people, twice as many lifers at ICANN, but we want more voices when they matter, when they count, and when that expertise can be brought to bear. And I think that's something we should really focus on doing, is helping people with periodic participation.
Thanks. I think Tripti has a short comment.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Sebastian. I just wanted to remind everyone this is not an ICANN meeting. And point well taken. But this is about the multi-stakeholder model and how we can sharpen that model and contribute towards the United Nations SDGs and so forth. So just to remind everyone, this is not an ICANN meeting, but I'm glad that you're interchanging it, getting it confused with IGF and multi-stakeholder and ICANN. So at least it means that we're on solid footing when it comes to multi-stakeholderism.
Thanks, Tripti. I think Edmund, who is first?
I can quickly, because I think it adds on to what Tripti said. I think this is a great demonstration of a noisy ICANN that I think is a healthy ICANN. So, but I did want to highlight one of the things that yes, I agree, the evolution of the system is very important. But one of the things that I want to highlight on the resilience, it is this thing, this type of argument that supports the resilience of the governance system as well, and not counting on full agreement. That's the beauty of rough consensus, right? But in terms of rough consensus, there's also a nugget where we do agree. We agree enough to continue to work together and not go out and do something else. And I think that is equally important. And that is the nugget of rough consensus, that's what maintains one internet unfragmented. And then, that's the one thing that I wanted to add.
My name is Werner Staub. I'm also part of that half of the audience who is attending ICANN meetings on a regular basis. And in the context of how we should organize the multi-stakeholder process of ICANN, we can actually look back on 20 years of experience and see successes and one enormous failure. And that one enormous failure is the fact that if you have this pyramid of multi-stakeholderism focusing on the top, which is the ICANN itself, its governance structure, it fails to interact with other processes that produce useful things that would actually be very much necessary for the community that ICANN is supposed to serve. And that community is not the domain holders. That community is the end users of the internet. And specifically, I can give a couple of examples of other processes. They're even kind of not so represented in this IGF, but they're really key to it. One of them is the CA browser forum. We have a lack of interaction with that organization, which is critical for most of the stuff that affect the users of what ICANN ultimately outputs. Secondly, we have the Financial Stability Board, which finally took action about identification of legal entities worldwide. And compare that to ICANN's conclusion that it was unable to distinguish effectively between organizations and natural persons. It's a bigger belief that we had that result, simply because we're looking for a solution inside of this pyramid, when actually the solution comes from somewhere else. And finally, we've got another example, which is the identity forums. There's a number of initiatives around there, the Decentralized Identity Foundation, and so on. All these, they would need some interaction, but we cannot organize this, with just some of the stakeholders going there. It needs some interaction from the top of ICANN as well.
Okay, thank you. Once again, just a response to your comment, you're using ICANN as an example again, but the takeaway from your comment is that regardless of what multi-stakeholder model we use, whether it's for the IGF or for ICANN or any other body, let's make sure that we look outside of our own system. And good point, well taken, thank you.
And thanks, and I want to bring Sally again in the conversation because I think it goes along with a couple of the comments we heard. So my next question is how to ensure that this multi-stakeholder approach is inclusive yet representative, which is something that Steve was talking about, and particularly of underrepresented groups and regions, and what is the role of capacity building and how ICANN is engaging to expand and to bring new people. So, Sally, do you want to comment on that?
Thanks, Fenny. Yes, it's essential, and right, as Tripti said, not just within ICANN, but right across the internet ecosystem. We've done an enormous amount of work on bringing in newcomers of all different types to ICANN. Now, what we discovered early on, and I've been at ICANN about 11 years, and during this time we've discovered this, and I know that our colleagues at ISOC and in the RIRs and right across the system have the same challenge, that, as Jonathan said, the first thing is you have to get people interested. And that means they have to understand why what ICANN does affects them. People will not give up hundreds and hundreds of hours of their own time. It's a volunteer community to do something, however important we may think it is, until they understand why they think it's important. And so that's a critical hurdle that we have to get over as an internet community, not just as an ICANN community. And one of the things we have to do to do that effectively, and this is an incredibly important part of the role of the IGF, I think, is to raise awareness of how the internet actually works and how people can come and be part of that and why it matters and how they have an influence. And as those 10 years have gone on, there's been more and more interest in how the internet works, more and more interest in the internet itself, which is no surprise as the users have grown so very much. And that means then we also have to bring people in and say, here's what you need to know. Now, some people come to ICANN and they very well understand the content, but they may not have the personal skills. They may come from environments where they're not trained in the personal confidence skills and the time management skills, chairing meetings, participating in meetings, and so forth, and the work of drafting and editing that goes into policy making, which we see as, again, not just at ICANN, but in many other groups that are involved in this. So the capacity building, what we mean is, in what usually my definition of that would be, is we're giving people a skill so that they can stand on their own feet. This is sort of the teach a man to fish, or the teach a woman to fish idea. So much of the capacity building we do at ICANN around the world is about working with groups of people to help them to learn for themselves the skills that they need to use that energy and ambition and excitement that they have to be part of it in a meaningful way. So they are not just talking at a microphone, they are participating in that policy making process. And we have to do that in multiple languages. We have to do it in multiple time zones, and we have to do it with different groups of participants. So what students might need, engineering students might need, for example, in Asia Pacific, might be very different from what a new GAC rep might need in South America or Latin America. So we do lots of different kinds of training and capacity building. We create a lot of different content in lots of different languages. And some of that capacity building is very hands-on, particularly our technical training. So when people are putting in new infrastructure in their countries and their organizations, we do everything we can to help them to do that, to make sure that they understand how to put in those things like DNSSEC, for example, security for the DNS. They can do it effectively, and they have the confidence to do that moving forward.
Thanks, Ali. Keith, you're giving priority here.
Thank you very much, Venny, and hi, everybody. Keith Drazik. I work for VeriSign. We are the registry operator for the .com and .net top-level domains. We operate 2 of the Internet's root servers, and we perform the root zone maintainer function under a contract with ICANN. And that may be well-known information to some of the ICANNers in the room, but I'm sort of introducing myself and the company for those who may be following online, may be watching the recording later. I want to take this conversation perhaps up a level and back to the focus on ICANN's role and the ICANN multi-stakeholder community's role in supporting its mission, its technical coordination mission of the IANA functions, as well as in support of the SDGs. I think as we talk about this session, the way that it was teed up, it's important to note that ICANN has a very important role at the technical layer of the internet. It has a very important multi-stakeholder engagement in support of the development of policies that impact that technical layer of the internet. And as we look at the SDGs, there is no one that is a direct recipient of something specific that is coming out of the ICANN process. But fundamentally, what ICANN does in the coordination of that technical layer and of the IANA functions, specifically the coordination of domain names, of IP addresses, of protocols that come out of the IETF, is that what we do in a predictable manner in the ICANN space, it creates stability, security, and resiliency for that technical layer that enables everything else to function in a predictable way. For the work that needs to take place to deliver on the sustainable development goals, it all in our interconnected world relies on the predictable, stable, secure, and resilient operation of the DNS. And I think it's just critical to recognize that ICANN's mission is a narrow one by necessity. ICANN does it very well. VeriSign has been delivering on our DNS uptime for ComNet and the root servers that we operate 100% uptime for more than 26 years. We are able to do that because of the policies and because of the predictability that exists in the ICANN space in the management of the IANA functions. Our ability to do that, and other registries and registrars and the service operators, the RIRs, we are able to do that because of that predictable nature, But it's really important to note that policies do need to evolve. Policies do need to change. Attackers on the DNS are getting more sophisticated. They are evolving. We need to evolve our policies accordingly. And there's probably another, a range of more options or examples that I could provide. But just, to summarize, I think we have very good engagement in a multi-stakeholder way in the ICANN space. Multi-stakeholder consensus building is really about compromise. At the end of the day, consensus building, bottom-up consensus building in a multi-stakeholder fashion is about compromising. But it needs to be done carefully, and it needs to be done to ensure that predictability and secure, stable, resilient operation of the networks. So thank you very much.
Thank you. This could have been actually a good final statement for the meeting, but we still have time and we have people who raise their hands. So first is Danko and then Leon.
Thank you, Kit. I think this is a great introduction also to what I wanted to say. So by celebrating the success of Internet here, probably we're talking so much about ICANN also because, well, it's a lot of ICANNers here, but we're also celebrating 25th anniversary of ICANN here, and I think this is part of this success story for the whole Internet. So inside the ICANN ecosystem, we are coordinating those policies that enable this mid-layer to function and to be the fundamental for all the services and content and everything, why the users are there. But also, as Sally explained, it is our role to engage and to explain the technical consequences of possible legislations that are coming. So in these discussions in the IGF, I think it's very important that we contribute because we are walking towards the Global Digital Compact. We are walking towards Voices Plus 20. And for all of this technical community and things that are coordinating in the multi-stakeholder model, well, through ICANN and through IGF and through others, it is important that we understand what are the consequences of the possible legislative processes and initiatives that are happening also in other fora and give our best help, assessment, expertise to be able to, for this great Internet to continue for next 25 and more years after that, and obviously to evolve to serve the needs of the end users, of the people of the world, and businesses. So I think this is very good explanation how actually the things work, and it will continue to be helpful.
Thank you. So just as Tripti was reminding us that this is not an ICANN meeting, I'd like to take the conversation a little bit out of the realm of the ICANN world and try to remind us how the multi-stakeholder model and what it produces actually has been successful in forwarding or going forward or progressing at least 2 of the SDGs. And I'm going to center in SDG 4, which is quality education, and SDG 16, which deals with justice. And we could see the results of how the multi-stakeholder model delivered in progressing these 2 goals during the pandemic, right? If it hadn't been because of the products made out of the multi-stakeholder model, a lot of children around the world, of course, didn't have the benefits of having continuous education during the pandemic. That's for sure. But those who were able to connect, those who had connectivity, they were able to continue having their lessons taught. They were able to continue learning. And that is another challenge of the multi-stakeholder model, to connect the next users that are still not connected. So this is an effort that only, and at least in my mind, only through a multi-stakeholder model of doing things we will be able to achieve. And that will also progress on the SDGs of equity, etc., etc. And in terms of justice, I know that this might not apply to all legal systems around the world, but at least I can tell you my experience being a practicing lawyer in Mexico. We've had legislation that established electronic means for filing, for litigating, et cetera, for years. But they were never implemented because we didn't need them. And as soon as the pandemic hit us, then all of a sudden, the courts, the different offices in government, et cetera, they implemented this legislation that had been dormant for years. And we were able to continue litigating. We were able to continue filing all types of affairs in front of government offices because of the products that we produce in this multi-stakeholder model. Not only within ICANN, again, through the different allies and the different bodies that conform the wider internet community, right? And I think one lesson that I'd like to convey or to share with those decision makers that might be listening to us is that we don't necessarily need to legislate the internet, because it's already regulated, right? Because regulation regulates conduct. It doesn't regulate means or media. So whatever we do in our physical world, it already has an equivalent conduct in the digital world. So whatever legislation we apply to the physical world, we can port that to the digital world. Of course, there might be gaps that we need to, look at, but we should look at them in a very careful way, and by all means, through a multi-stakeholder approach, because that will ensure that whatever legislation is crafted will take into account the interests of those who will be affected by those legislation. So again, I think porting this multi-stakeholder model not only to the internet community, but to a larger model like the representative democracy and turning it into a participative democracy would be the ultimate goal for us to prove that the multi-stakeholder model is fruitful.
Thanks. Vera, I understand there are some comments online if you want to read them.
Yes, thank you, Benny. Can you hear me?
The button up.
Thank you, Benny. You can hear me now? So we have several comments in the chat, as well as a question which was answered in the chat, but I'd still like to read it out loud. First, Desiree Milosevic commented, I would like to highlight a really great recent development at ICANN in terms of diversity. ICANN has 2 women at the helm of ICANN, the board chair and the interim CEO, and many diverse members of the ICANN community in leadership positions. And there was a question for Morgan Rockwell. Is there a transparent report on how governments and military and intelligence agencies requested ICANN to interfere in internet traffic, IP designation, or any policy choices, which was answered by Michaela Nalon in the chat. ICANN published the letters they received, and he provided the link. So for anyone who would like to see the link, please go to the Zoom room in the chat. And finally, an observation from our board member, Edmund Chung. There's one specific SDG, 9.1, develop quality, reliable and sustainable and resilient infrastructure, including regional and transborder infrastructure, to support economic development and human well-being with a focus on affordable and equitable access for all. That was it for now.
Thank you, Vera. That kind of brings me, the whole conversation here brings me to the point where I want to skip a couple of the questions I was having in mind, but go to the point that Steve was mentioning, which is the WSIS plus 20 process, and to see, like in the next 2-3 years, there are international and multilateral processes that have relation to ICANN's mission. They're happening at the UN, they're happening at the ITU,
They may be happening at the European Union level with different, there are elections next year and different legislation. So I was wondering whether maybe, Sally, because we don't see you here in the room, but I can see a little screen with you there, so on our screen. So maybe, do you want to take it from here and say, how do you see ICANN's role in the next couple of years vis-a-vis those international intergovernmental processes that in some of them we cannot participate because they are closed only for governments, and in others they try to open them, you know, with stakeholder consultations and stuff like that. And to give you some background, 2 days ago, I believe, in one of the sessions, Jordan Carton, I believe, from AUDA said that it's enough with the consultation, we want to be involved. Now, within the UN General Assembly, we cannot be involved because the rules of procedure do not allow us to be involved, so consultation is the only path forward. But what do you think about these processes internationally and intergovernmentally that might impact ICANN's mission?
Thank you, Vinny. Yes, it's an extremely critical topic for ICANN, for the world, and for the internet as we go forward into the next 2 years of this discussion. And we are about to have our next meeting in Hamburg, our AGM, which will take place in a couple of weeks' time. And I know from having seen the agenda and talked to many stakeholders that we will have a lot of discussion on this exact question you're asking. So first thing I would say is I think we need to raise awareness of the importance of the discussion inside ICANN. Although it is not an ICANN process, clearly it is a process in which ICANN is very affected and is very involved. So everybody that participates in ICANN needs to increase their awareness about what it is, why it matters, and what they can do and what we should do as organizations and groups to contribute. It revolves around two fundamental objectives in terms of our position, I would say. The primary objective is to uphold the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance that was created 20 years ago. And I think there is certainly my view, and I think the view of many people in our ecosystem, is that it is that multi-stakeholder model, that process that we've discussed a lot this morning in this discussion, that has delivered the success that we see from the internet today, which Leon referred to. Many other people referred to the outcomes of what the internet has been able to deliver. And that extraordinary model at the center of it that was created 20 years ago has been probably one of the most important contributory factors that has enabled that to happen. So maintaining that as we move forward with a dramatically expanded internet, as I said earlier on, and Edmund referred to, of many new participants with different languages, different scripts, different needs to participate, but that model needs to stay at the heart of it. And to achieve that objective, we're dedicated to raising awareness, not just inside ICANN, but also awareness amongst the member states that will discuss this, and all stakeholders who will also participate and who will also be very influential onto the member states that are involved. And that means sharing our knowledge about how the internet works, the consequences of unintended regulation, some of the topics we've talked about this morning. And going back to something Steve referred to earlier, and we have an ex-GAC member in the room, I know, the role of the Government Advisory Committee is such an important part of the way that ICANN works. It's a very unusual setup. It's extraordinarily, I think, important part of ICANN, and making sure that the GAC, the individual GAC members and the GAC as a group are fully equipped and fully empowered to participate in that discussion, and that we're maximizing the knowledge and access and relationships that the GAC members who come to ICANN have within their own countries and their own governments to improve, to increase the understanding of those governments in these critical issues. The final thing I'd say is that we have two aims for WSIS 20. Firstly, to increase the awareness of the global digital cooperation, the GDC, which you mentioned already, Benny, and the review. And the second is, as I said earlier, to draw attention to the key issues within that review that have the potential to adversely affect the internet and adversely affect ICANN's ability to deliver its mission in the successful way that it has for the last 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Actually, on that point, with regards to the WSIS plus 20 process, this is one of the, ICANN is, I don't know if it's the only organization, but ICANN definitely has a CEO Go, which is about WSIS plus 20. So that shows commitment of not only the CEO, but the whole organization to make sure that we pay attention, we raise awareness, we continue to provide technical neutral information to governments around the world and in the United Nations, so that when they go to those negotiations behind closed doors, we hope there will be enough knowledge there so that they are not going to propose stuff which we have seen in the previous discussions, especially in the WSIS plus 10 negotiations in 2015. So a lot of work needs to be done, but we are hopeful that we'll continue to do that. Any comments on that question in the room, online? No. So another question, though related from me, then related to this one, would be for you guys, the panelists, is do you think there is, I mean, we all hear about the proposals for creating a multilateral forum. There have been conversation here in the hallways whether this multilateral forum that it might be or may not be, we don't know, created next year at the Summit of the Future and the Global Digital Compact, whether this could mean a replacement for the Internet Governance Forum. On the other hand, we are at the IGF and we heard a lot of public statements in support of the IGF, but I'm just wondering whether any of you want to maybe even make a guess, or and then we can remind you 2 years in the Steve is nodding no. Doesn't want to make a guess.
Take bets?
We can make a little bet, you know, a glass of water or something like that. Edmund?
Happy to add Edmund here. Well, I guess this is topic that is one of the hot topics around, you know, as I was discussing with different people here at the IGF. I think generally, at least, maybe it's because I'm from ICANN and from, you know, supporting the IGF as it is. But I generally, I think, hear that the community thinks that the IGF needs improvement, but the IGF and the multi-stakeholder model that it takes actually can work better and will work better based on a multi-stakeholder model that can actually bring in different stakeholders. Yesterday I was at the main session on sustainability and environment, and there's a clear need to bring in other stakeholders, which is I guess the benefit of a multi-stakeholder model versus another type of model, because then the changes might be much harder to make. And from that main session, I think at least my conclusion is that we need to take the discussion about internet governance in relation to sustainability and environment to the national and regional IGFs, which, you know, then comes back and inform the global IGF. And again, that is the multi-stakeholder model in action, and how it would work, that I think the IGF can build on and is kind of the right model to build further. And that's sort of what I'm hearing from the community as well.
Thank you. Yes, Danko.
Thank you, Benny. Danko speaking. So I am happy to take possible criticism that I'm too optimistic here. But today is the last day of this great IGF meeting, and I was a MAG member from 2017 until 20. So Paris IGF, Berlin IGF, and a virtual Katowice IGF. And I think first I'm very grateful for the Japanese hosts here, but I think this is great IGF. It is getting better every year, and I think this is actually proof not only of the success of internet, I'm often saying, obviously, but the proof that IGF is functioning and it is getting better. So I see those discussions. I see that UN as the organization of member states has a certain point of view, but I don't really see the need to change IGF or to create something in parallel to it. We need to discuss, we need to evolve, and we want to strengthen the IGF. But I think this here is a great success, and I think it should be celebrated by striving to get better and better IGFs, but in using that as leverage to create a better internet and to work on the sustainable development goals.
Thank you, Danko. Keith.
Okay, thank you, Veni. Thanks again, Keith Drazik, VeriSign. So I'd like to build on a bit of what Danko and Edmund just said. I think as it relates to IGF, VeriSign has been a longtime supporter of the IGF as a multi-stakeholder engagement, very important. So I think we think of multi-stakeholder internet governance, there's a macro level, right? There's the big picture where it's very, very important that stakeholders have a voice in the development of policy and the development of governance structures. I think that's all very important and critical at a macro level. But I think in order to have the Internet Governance Forum be relevant and to have to encourage participation, and as Danko said, we've seen tremendous participation here at this IGF meeting in Kyoto, which I think is really positive. But I think it's important to be able to identify specific issues and specific topics that need focus and that need contribution and need dialogue and discussion. And I'll give you an example just from this week. So the Dynamic Coalition on DNS issues was originally established, I want to say 6 years ago, and its focus at that time was on universal acceptance issues, IDNs, but universal acceptance in general. And then during the pandemic, it sort of went dormant. And obviously there were the challenges of lack of in-person participation, but the group sort of went quiet. And we have just re-energized, re-established the Dynamic Coalition on DNS issues. It's now, we were able to get a Dynamic Coalition session here in Kyoto. And that session was focused on the governance gaps as it relates to the DNS. As was noted earlier, ICANN's role is very limited. It's limited to primarily a technical function, and it is clearly not in the content arena. Right? ICANN's bylaws prohibit it from it and its contracted parties and others in various ways from engaging in content moderation. So one of the governance gaps that we've identified is how do we have policy development in a multi-stakeholder way, or even just dialogue and development of best practices in a multi-stakeholder way on content-related harms or content-related matters. So we're starting this dialogue in a parallel multi-stakeholder track outside of ICANN, but within the Internet Governance Forum context. This is just beginning. I think there's an opportunity there for a range of views and voices to contribute to that effort. And so, again, just to summarize, macro Internet governance, multi-stakeholder, IGF, really important, but I think the micro issues where you get into the more concrete details will generate more participation, more contribution, and more engagement. Thanks.
Thank you. I want to use the fact that we have somebody from DESO here and talk a little, one comment on the IGF, which is, we hear a lot about the IGF, it's a place for discussion. Actually, the WSIS Tunis agenda in the paragraphs that establish and define what the IGF is, it actually says that the IGF can provide recommendations on new technologies. So, I was thinking, listening to the Secretary General in the last few months, he says, we need an AI agency because AI is, dangerous, etc., etc. This is one thing that the IGF could also do. There could be sessions on AI, and there could be some recommendations expressed by the IGF. So there are still unused opportunities of the IGF. I think that we need to go back and reread the document, the WSIS Tunis agenda and the WSIS +10 outcome document, and maybe provide some feedback to the governments in New York and our national governments and tell them, hey, you can use the WSIS plus 20 actually to improve the IGF. And also you can urge the IGF to be more contributing into what we are going to say. You don't need to comment, but you have the microphone.
I do this why Min Guo here and there, but I think you have pretty much stayed the lines. But I just like to also on the record, if you revisit the Secretary General message for the opening of this IGF, I think that is actually a very a big compliment about the IGF, how it has actually demonstrated in the past 18 years of the multi-stakeholder model. The question in context is actually whether there need to be a separate body on AI. So right now the approach of the Secretary General is of a high-level advisory body. That doesn't mean that there will be a high AI. There's advisory board, high-level advisory advisory to him in giving recommendation. So that does not stop IGF from giving recommendations. As a matter of fact, one of the 8 themes of this IGF is on AI. So hopefully we will have significant or good enough key messages that will talk about what will be the AI, the trends or the recommendations or anything for that matter. But having said that, I think for the remaining 2 years, this is still a opportunity for the IGF to reinvent, because that would be also be demonstrative of how during the review in 2025 about what specific impact, and that also relate to the future mandate of the IGF. So I think it's important, and as a staff member, I heard many compliments about the relevance of IGF, and there's no need for other bodies. But I think it's also within this room or this hall, we do have to look at what are the views of those who still think that what are the sort of gaps that IGF has not been able to fulfill. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. I don't know if there are any comments. Oh, there are no comments online, right? Okay, so Sally, we are coming to the end of this session. I wanted to see whether you have some final remarks or what you're thinking about this whole discussion that we had here, and then I'll pass it to Tripti for the final comments.
Thank you, Benny. I want to thank everybody for coming together at the IGF meeting, for having the energy, the focus, the commitment, and the passion to continue to focus on these critical issues that we've been discussing today, and for helping ICANN to continue to raise awareness of the issues that are so important as we move through these next couple of years, which we've been discussing particularly in the second half of this meeting. So any of you who are coming to Hamburg to our meeting, I look forward to seeing you there, either online or in person. And in meanwhile, if there is anything that anybody would like to raise with us, with ICANN, that we've discussed this morning, we have plenty of ways of communicating with us. Please do that. And thank you very much for your participation this morning. It's been really a very, very important discussion.
And thank you, Sally, for staying with us. We understand what the time is in the UK, so thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Tripti?
Thank you, Benny. So thank you, everyone, for the discussion. I was reflecting on how, I've come to realize that ICANN is a synonym for the MSM and the IGF, and so I take that as a compliment that our discussion kept going back to ICANN. I think it's being used more as a model of a multi-stakeholder model that, it's functioning. And as you pointed out, Steve, you're saying let's not just have a voice, let's be influencers, let's move the needle on issues. And so we need greater engagement, just more proaction in how we actually bring about change and effect change. And as you were saying, the other gentleman, that oftentimes, the solution may exist outside of the perimeters of whatever system we're working within, and that was, you're absolutely right. And what that, to me, the gap that addresses is that perhaps we don't have everyone inside. We need more stakeholders, and we should go seek them. And that is a point that has come up in the discussions this week here, which is what's missing at the IGF, and who's not at the table, and let's bring them in. And I think that applies to any model of MSM. And no model is perfect, Jonathan, I think, but I think we're doing quite well. And if I could end on one note, which is, in many ways, this is a democracy, if you will, at a high level of abstraction. This is a democracy where you're trying to bring everyone's voice and influence to play. And if we're moving towards multilateralism, I'd say, sadly, the old truism that democracy dies in darkness, that is indeed what will happen. You take away some very important players and you begin to create instability and destabilize the system. So on that note, I'd like to say, let's just chisel away and make this a better system. Thank you.
Thank you, Tripti. Thanks everyone for coming. I understand it's the last day, so it's kind of a, you're looking forward to leave the venue. But thanks again for coming, and thank you, Vera, for the online support.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. My name is Radka Sibile. I work on digital affairs in the European Union delegation to the UN in Geneva. And I will guide you through this very short but important event. We are here to announce a collaboration between the European Union and the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights in the area of human rights online, the digital space, and digital technologies. For this, I have the two representatives here, Mrs. Peggy Hicks, who is the Director of the Thematic Engagement, Special Procedures and Development Division, and the Right to Development Division in the OHCHR, and Mr. Peter Marian, who is the team leader on digital governance in Directorate General International Partnerships, or how we say INTPA, in the European Commission. Protection of human rights is an underpinning principle of the European Union's digital policy. It is enshrined in many documents, for instance, the European Commission's Digital Compass 2030, but also very recently in the EU's Declaration on Digital Rights and Principles. And the Directorate General INTPA is responsible for the EU's policies on development and partnerships with third countries, but also international organizations, with the goal to reduce poverty, ensure sustainable development, and respect for human rights and the rule of law across the world. So we only have 30 minutes for this event. So we will first hear short presentations about this new collaboration from our two representatives, and then I will open the floor for any questions or comments from our audience here in the room or online. So first, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Peggy. You have the floor.
Thanks so much. It's such a pleasure to be here today to speak about this collaboration with the European Union. We're here at IGF in Kyoto, where in conversation after conversation, the message that comes through to us is the consequential nature of this moment for human rights and digital policy. There is so much work that is being done and needs to be done globally to look at how the human rights framework and human rights concerns can be brought into both how we use digital technology to advance human rights and how digital technologies are affecting human rights globally. So we're so fortunate to be able to be here today to talk about our collaboration with the European Union and the support that we will have to do greater work in this area going forward. The conversation, I think, for us starts from an amazing point of huge demand and interest in the human rights engagement and the potential for doing work in this area, and underlies the collaboration, the idea that it allows us to engage more effectively. We're here in a multi-stakeholder environment, and it's really a multi-stakeholder approach within this project, because we're very much looking at how the UN's Human Rights Office can engage more effectively within the UN system, with states, with companies, with standard setting and development organizations, and with civil society. So it's got elements of all of that in it. We partner with the EU on this, recognizing the alignment of human rights approaches and values, the EU Declaration on Digital Rights being a key step in that direction, but there's many other developments I could point to, including the real legislative advances that have been made within the European Union context as well. And to just say a few words about what the collaboration will involve from our standpoint, and happy to get into more details as we go forward. There are really sort of three big planks to what we're going to be doing. The first is the biggest in a way, and it looks at how we integrate and apply digital rights by states and companies. And so that means that we're looking at issues like how states are developing legislation, how they're rolling out digital public infrastructure, and all the concerns that we hear in this forum around artificial intelligence and its development and impact on human rights. And the idea is, how can we better work with states to be able to build on good models, to raise concerns about practices that may not fully engage and leave no one behind, looking at how we can do that better in a variety of contexts, and then learn from those experiences and bring them to other countries as well. We already have established a program called BTEC that works with technology companies about how they can live up to their responsibilities under the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. What we've heard from companies is that they're looking for practical guidance on what the responsibilities they know they have, how to implement them in the technology space. And so we're working to develop practical guidance. We sit with companies and a group of companies we call our community of practice to identify some of the major areas of concern, to look at with them at best practices, and to really encourage a race to the top, that we want all of them to do more in terms of how they address human rights impacts and mitigate for them in their work. We're also working within that stream, for example, with investors and trying to get investors to push for some of these human rights approaches to be taken more effectively as well. And then finally, within this piece, I want to emphasize the role of civil society. Civil society is an incredibly important actor in the space, but it's under threat. And it's under threat in a variety of ways, quite directly by legislation in this space that's being used to silence the voices and actions of civil society, but also under threat more indirectly in ways where they are not able to engage fully and have their views and their perspectives and their representation of communities brought into crucial discussions that are happening around digital technology. At the same time, we also realize that digital technology can be part of the solution for civil society as well. So one of the things we really want to do within the project is use some of the digital tools that we have at our disposal at the UN Human Rights Office to better report on, monitor, and respond to the threats to civil society within this space as well. So that's the big first plank of the project. The next two are a bit more specific, and they're things that we've been talking about a lot here at IGF. The first is that we are looking specifically at a project that's already underway, but we will now have support to move forward in the rollout and implementation phase around development of UN human rights due diligence guidance that will be system-wide. This is something that the Secretary General mandated several years ago and has asked us to really look at how the UN is using digital technology and making sure that we're living up to the highest standards in terms of our own engagement, in terms of the human rights impacts of our own use of digital technologies. And we're hoping, of course, that that will have a big impact across the UN system, but can also set a pathway for other actors as well to follow in terms of best practices on human rights due diligence. And then the final plank is around technical standard setting. And I often realize that that title alone is somewhat off-putting to people, that it's not always understood what technical standard setting is and why it's important. But one of the things we really recognize is that there is a whole body of organizations, standards bodies like ICANN and the IEEE and the ITU that are engaged in very important conversations about digital technology and the standards that need to underlie it. And those are conversations that are happening across the globe in various standard-setting bodies, but they're conversations that are very difficult for human rights expertise to be brought into. And we did a report on that issue a year ago based on a mandate from the Human Rights Council. And that report set a pathway of the work that needs to be done in this area. And now we're going to have some of the resources to be able to move forward on it. And what it means from our perspective is that we're able to work with those standard bodies to identify what are the barriers that currently exist to engagement and integration of human rights into their practices, and help them to look at some of the best practices to break down those barriers. But at the same time, work with civil society and academics and others about how they can better access these processes. And their voices are not, it's not just a participation issue, it's an effectiveness issue. When they're in the room, we will see much better results within these standard setting processes as well. So those are the three big areas of work we're really looking forward to. And again, great thanks to the European Union for their engagement with us on this issue and the partnership.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peggy, for this comprehensive overview. I think it showed well how the work on human rights and technologies is diverse, and it really has to touch upon all the whole cycle of the technologies. You said that you work with the companies, but also with investors, with civil society, with international organizations that do technical standards. We just had another whole session on these technical standards just this very morning, so it's a very pertinent issue. Peter, now over to you. Please let us know about the EU's views on this cooperation, why we decided to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Radka. Thank you, Peggy. I think actually a lot has already been said right now, so this is perfect. It makes life much easier for me, and I will probably be a bit shorter. But of course, we are very happy to work with OHCHR on this important topic of rights. You could say human rights, digital rights, in the context of digital, let's say, digital sphere. And this is not by let's say, random that we, of course, chosen to work with OHCHR. This is because we do believe that this is the right, organization to do this. We are a strong promoter of the multilateral approach, on the rules-based approach, and of course on defending all the principles and spirits which are in the fundamental charters of human rights, and also indeed, as mentioned, the European Declaration on Digital Rights and Principles, which is itself based on EU law, but of course it reflects completely these fundamental global principles. So it's a pleasure to be here today in the Internet Governance Forum 2023 in Kyoto, and to actually announce that we will be cooperating on this with OHCHR, and we are entering into an agreement together, and the European Union will fund this with 4 million euro, and this will allow, hopefully, to support this work for the near future. So maybe a few elements which have already been somehow reflected, but so leaving nobody behind, reaching sustainable development goals. We believe that the topic of rights, digital rights, is fundamental to that, and again, the multilateral approach is important. At the same time, and this is of course key to the IGF, and this is why we are mentioning this also in this IGF, is the multi-stakeholder approach. These things which have been mentioned by Peggy and before, we believe that of course we can only achieve this in a proper way by involving the relevant stakeholders, especially if you discuss elements such as standard setting, for example. For many people, it's a bit of a black box. Of course, when you open it, you will see there's only so many actors in there, but they are important actors, such as private sector. Maybe CSOs are indeed lacking there, also elements of gender and other equalities. So looking forward to work on that. We're also strong proponents of indeed mainstreaming these policies within the UN system. I think this is fundamental work. It could be taken as granted, but in reality it's not. And one of the reasons is of course that this domain is moving so fast. It's hard for anybody to follow what's happening, not in the least the regulators. European Union, European Commission is part of that, I would say, environment, right? Policy setting, law setting. I think the EU does have a good track record at the moment of pioneering, which comes with all the failures and all the advantages. We will surely be learning together from all of this, but we're also very happy that OHCHR is spearheading, such, I would say, policy processes within the UN system, and let's see where this due diligence, how this rights due diligence processes, where they can lead us. Big tech, I think, I hope everybody is aware of the role of big tech. It's not only big tech, of course, it's also small tech, it's also media, the whole landscape out there plays its role, but we do also need to work, of course, with these big tech companies which reach so many of our daily lives. Billions of people around the globe are influenced by those services, by those products on a daily basis. So if we want to shape the society that we would like to live in, then of course it makes sense to engage with them and discuss these principles with them. Okay. I think a lot of things otherwise have been said. We look forward to this cooperation. And we're also convinced from these discussions the last days here that we're on the right track, that these are the right topics. So thank you very much, and looking forward to any questions.
Thank you very much, Peter. And as you importantly said, all the EU documents on the digital policies are also enshrined on the international human rights law. That's why this partnership seems really natural and timely, as many of these topics have been heard here over the past 4 days. So with this, I would like to open the floor for any questions or comments from our audience here or online, of course. Yes, please, I see the gentleman over there. If you can please present yourself briefly.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peggy. I'm from one of locations where civil society is being silenced. It's being silenced using local big tech or inadequate activities by global big tech. I'm from Russian Federation. Actually, this is one of the rare occasions where I can speak to the other audiences, speak about human rights. As an example of what's going on with human rights in Russian Federation, I will go to big tech a bit later. It's like current officials of Russian Federation speaking about Article 19 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, only in context of a third paragraph, like government have right to limit flow of information. So we are really waiting for kind of help of United Nations in promoting or returning back agenda in Russian Federation, the true meanings of human rights. You mentioned that, okay, presence of big tech or standardization bodies in the room actually helps you to work with this. Presence of United Nations somewhere in Russian Federation talking about human rights will also allow civil society to work a bit better. I also hope that this program is not EU-centric, because Russia, China have its own big tech companies, which actually works not only in Russia, and they would like to work in European Union also, and actually they should be involved in realization of human rights. Even we see Facebook, Google, and other companies here. Yandex, for example, from Russian Federation never joins any discussion related to human rights issues, even it's being catched on presenting information or about users to the government and something like. So we really in Russia hope that you will help us. Maybe not European Union, European Council, but Russia in this venue always tells that's okay, internet must be governed by the United Nations. Please be more active in involvement in Russia. Also, let it be my last point, and then I stop. Maybe it's not exactly your task at United Nations, but promotion of human rights in general is very difficult in Russia. Even you may have a lot of information, a lot of programs on your website. People should know that they ever exist. Because again, Russian official media says only about rarely occasions about wins or wins voting on General Assembly, about what's going on United Nations. And actually inhibits all other activities. So please be more proactive. And as far as last point. And as far as Russia left Council of Europe, such mechanism as European Court of Human Rights stopped working for Russian citizens whose human rights are violated. So we know that exists mechanism inside United Nations related human rights commissions. We also ask you maybe push your colleagues to be more active for starting effective protection of civil society and human rights. Okay, please engage more with Russia and countries like this who really needs development of human rights, and human rights are abused by their governments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and full appreciation to all your efforts, what you and your civil society colleagues are doing in this very difficult situation. There was many issues raised, need for proactivism, the issue of silencing of civil society. So perhaps I will give the floor to, would you like to, Peggy?
Sure, there is a lot there, and I take the point very much. There is a lot of, a lot of work to be done in a lot of contexts, but a couple of things that you said that are important. I was just in a room with a broad group of civil society organizations, and they talked, as you did, about the importance of the UN opening up space for civil society's voice to be heard. And that's, you know, it's not, I want to be clear that when we engage on some of these issues, you know, we will still, despite this generous support, be a small player, and much of this work has to happen within local contexts in different countries. But part of what we can do is help open up that space that allows the civil society who has the expertise and knowledge about impacts of this legislation and digital developments on the ground, so we can help convene and bring those conversations together in a helpful way, and we hope to do more of that. I wanted to emphasize, you mentioned very rightly that the issue around tech companies is not exclusively the big tech companies, and certainly not exclusively the Western big tech companies. And that's something we're very aware of. The project that we currently have, which we call BTech, Big Tech, does involve right now a group of Western largest companies, both in the US and European context. But we've recognized both that we need to expand the geographic scope of that and the ability to bring in small and medium enterprises and startups as well. And that's something that we've done now with moving the BTech project and having a BTech Africa initiative, and we're looking at very much bringing that and doing as much work as we can in the Asian context and elsewhere as well. So that's something that we hope to be able to do more of through the partnership that we're describing now. I think there's a lot that needs to be done in that space. I think there are open doors in some of it as well. There's engagement by companies globally, not just the Western companies, and what they need to be doing to better protect human rights. And we're willing to work with all of them to the extent that we can.
Yes, Peter, would you like to comment?
No, thank you very much for the questions, and just a short element of complementarity. So I think, first of all, this kind of situation underlines the need and the value of working at multilateral level. So these are not just things that neighbors of Russia or other regional blocs can deal with on their own, whether it's Russia or other countries, by the way. So I think that just confirms the value of these kind of programs, where we do think the EU, I mean, we hope to be a trusted neutral party, but of course it helps to have also UN level. That's first thing. Second, just a small element of what you mentioned to me makes me think of this very important topic of access to information, which is also a human right, and which a part of all the issues on standard settings and so on and so on is really, I think in the last years, being more and more of an issue around the world, is access to information. As soon as you block, access to whether it's companies or even sources of information, like, I don't want to name them, but there are these online, let's say, encyclopedias, which are then blocked or manipulated or replaced by homemade ones, with all the risks that entails. So I think this is important, and that is also, I think, lately linked very much to the extreme acceleration of disinformation and misinformation on the internet. It's always been around, but now, again, with everything coming on our screen in front of us X hours per day, the impact of that is really massive. And we are trying at EU level, but I'm sure also globally, to find the right way to tackle this, because the difficulty there is that very soon you have to balance principles of free speech and open access to information versus securing your society against distrust and hatred and those kind of things. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to ask for the floor? I'm looking also behind me. There's also no one online. Well, thank you very much for participating and being here with us today. We will be looking forward to concrete results of this collaboration, this €4 million project. I just will summarize it very quickly. So there will be a new human rights due diligence guidance for the UN organizations coming up soon. There will be more work on mainstreaming of human rights into standard setting organizations, more diversity and more participation from civil society, hopefully also soon, thanks to this project. And finally, we hope that there could also be a more reinforced dialogue with the private sector, which drives much of the innovation and where some kind of human rights mainstreaming is needed. And so thank you very much, and we will be also in touch bilaterally. We're still here until the end of the day, so you can catch us also in the corridors. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye, and have a nice day.
Hello, Dhruv. Just doing an audio check.
Hi, Andrew. Yes, I can hear you well. At
Okay,
least remotely.
perfect.
We need to check in the room.
And there we go. You should be able to see me okay now as well.
Yes.
So hello everybody, welcome to this session. This is a town hall meeting where we present the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, and we would like to talk about the importance of interoperability and the multi-stakeholder model of the IETF. My name is Mia Kühlewind. I'm the chair of the IAB, the Internet Architecture Board, one of the 2 leadership groups in the IETF. I will quickly, and this is why you're seeing some slides in front here, I will quickly go through like a handful of slides and give you some kind of the most important things about how the IETF works, a little bit also what we're doing, but on a very high level. And then afterwards, we will have a little panel. We brought some of our leadership members here, so Colin, the IRTF chair, and Mallory is also an IB member, and we have 4 more leadership members online. Lars Eckert, the IETF chair, who unfortunately couldn't come here in person, then Suresh, another IAB member, Suresh Krishnan, then Andrew Elston, the routing AD, and Dhruv Dodi, another IAB member. However, they will also introduce themselves during the panel. And I will just quickly run through the slides, and then I will hand over the discussion to Jane Coffin, who's moderating the panel, and I hope at the end we have a lot of time for you to ask questions. Okay, so this is also just, you see us here in person, but so you can actually see the names and some of the acronyms I just mentioned, and I will explain these acronyms a little bit in the next couple of slides. Again, I'm the chair of the Internet Architecture Board, Colin the IRTF chair, and Mallory an IAB member. And this one is probably more important if you're not logged into Zoom, so you also see the faces of the people online. Lars Eckert, the IETF chair, in Finland at the moment, I think, early morning. Andrew Elston, our routing AD from Kenya. Dhruv Dodi is based in India, and Suresh Krishnan from the US. So this is a short slide, which, however, has like some of the important messages about how the IETF works. So very important point about the IETF is openness. Everybody can participate, and I think we try to be really as open as possible, so we don't have a membership fee. It's like everybody can just subscribe to any mailing list and enter the discussion at any point of time. Anybody can come to a meeting. We have good online support for our meeting, and this openness is kind of in the heart not only of our organization, but it's also something that is reflected on the internet, because that is really one of the goals of the internet, and we try to run the organization in the same way. And openness also means not only everybody would be able to participate, because there's no, like, we try to keep barriers for participation as low as possible. It also means that the things we are producing, the standards, the protocols, are free for use. So there's no fee for like accessing our documents. They are all online, and like, again, this is like the spirit of the internet, where you just need to like implement the standard, and then you are in the internet and you can participate. And that's also, I think, what has driven the success of the internet. Another thing to notice is really that we are a very technical organization. Our meetings are focused around solving technical problems, sometimes very, very detailed. And what we're trying to do is to make good judgment on the technical level. And that's also why we can drive a consensus-driven process, because in a lot of cases you can actually come to compromise on the technical level and move forward. Of course, not everything we discuss in the IETF is only technical. There are implications that we need to be aware of, but our focus is really on doing good technical work that then gets adopted by companies because they get a value out of it and it improves the internet. And that's the other point. We are actually measuring our success. Did we do a good job based on kind of the voluntary deployment of our protocols? We cannot directly tell anybody to use our protocols or to like do a certain thing. But what we're trying to do is to do good technical work to make the protocols as reliable and secure as we can, in order that they actually address the needs people have and they get deployed because they are good and they improve the internet. This is the slide where I very quickly explained some of the acronyms I already mentioned. So the IETF has actually 2 leadership groups. One is the Internet Engineering Steering Group, and the IETF chair, Lars Ecker, is chairing that group. And this is a group that is looking at the actual standard process. So they approve and review all standard documents, they manage the working groups, the meetings, and their goal is really to make the standards process as good and as productive as possible. And the other leadership group is the Internet Architecture Board. And the Internet Architecture Board has also some kind of admin roles. There are little things we need to care about. But as the name said, there's also a point about architecture oversight. And what that means is that we're trying to look at the work that's happening in the IETF at a more higher level. We're trying to understand, are there any gaps that are important in order to follow the principles that the internet is built on? Is there a discussion that doesn't have enough attention that we need to drive forward because there's an issue? These kind of things. And then at the same time, we also do outreach and liaison management. So we are basically the Office of Foreign Affairs of the IETF, if you want to put it that way. And so we try to talk to other SDOs whenever there's an overlap, but we also, and that's also why we're here, we're trying to look what happens in the rest of the world, what are the important topics that we need to consider and that may impact the internet and our standards work. And then I also would like to mention the IRTF. So this is the sister organization of the IETF. It's the Internet Research Task Force. They have a very similar structure. They also have research groups. They have different processes, but they are in a sense integrated in the IETF, that we meet together in a common meeting. It's all integrated, and it's very useful for 2 things. First, they look at the more long-term things. They look at the things that are not ready for standardization yet. They look at the things where we see a trend that we need to keep an eye on. And it's also good for actually providing more diverse input. So this is a way to get researchers into the IETF and get an exchange between engineers, researchers, and all the stakeholders, and have a discussion. So I can just say from my own perspective, I've started as a researcher in the IETF, and I could always provide some more neutral, different kind of input, and was well received in the discussion. So I think this is a very strong point about the IETF. To give you a little bit of an idea, how big the IETF is, just a couple of numbers here, and you can mostly read them yourself. We currently have 130 working groups. This is changing a little bit more or less. Like, for example, last year we created 8 new working groups. We are closing some. We have some long-standing working groups that are there for many years but take up new work all the time. So there's a lot of happening in the IETF. We are reaching the mark where we have nearly 10,000 RFCs. RFCs are our standard documents, but also RFC 1 goes back before the internet and before the IETF. So at the moment, or last year, we published nearly 200 new standards documents, or documents that went through the standardization process. The participation numbers, actually depends on how you define participation, because there might be people who are only on mailing lists, there might be people who come only to some of the meetings or all of the meetings, people who write documents and whatever. And as we don't have a membership, we cannot give you this one number. So depending on how you look at this, it's a couple of thousand people. There's a lot of people who engage in discussions and who come to meetings to understand what we're doing, who might not be active authors or very active in the discussion. So, it's the people who probably write the standards are in the range of whatever, 2,000 to 3,000, something, I don't know. You can read the numbers here and make your own conclusions. Okay, this slide is a little bit crowded, and I hope you can at least read some of it. But the reason why it's crowded is because it has a bunch of acronyms on it, and I won't explain all of them. I might not even be able to explain all of them, and you don't have to map all of them. It's more to give you a chance, if you know some of the acronyms, to figure out what the IETF, where to map it. But what you can get from this slide is that we are really working on maintaining, extending, and developing the core protocols of the internet. So we don't do the lower layer things. So we don't do any kind of radio Wi-Fi or radio messaging or whatever, or like Ethernet cable standards and so on. And what we also don't do is like the very up layer, the application layer, the web itself, or the things where like the user actually interacts very concretely with an application, but kind of everything in between. So, and this is also how we organize ourselves. We organized ourselves a little bit in these layers to make sure we can coordinate correctly. And so we have the application layer where you have, for example, the HTTP protocol, that's what your browser is using, but also the protocols that are used for video conferencing. We have the transport, we have the routing, we have the internet area. So this is where IPv4 and IPv6 lives and get further developed, but also DNS, for example, a lot of the infrastructure stuff. And then we have two more important areas. We have an operation management area, and that area is also working on protocols to manage the routers on the internet, the devices on the internet, but it also provides guidance and best practices about all the other protocols when you deploy them. So that's why it's shown here on the side. And then, of course, there's security. And security is not a layer. Security is a function that you need everywhere and you need to consider everywhere. So that is a very important part. And the people in the security area are very busy. Okay, I have two more slides. This one is also just to give you a grasp about what the IAB is doing, the Internet Architecture Board. And as I said, we're trying to figure out what are more kind of high layer topics that might impact. And this is just a list of topics that we've been discussing over the last, 1 or 2 years. There are also some references if you want to see some of the outputs. Not all of the discussion actually lead to documents or actions, but it leads to awareness. And you can see that like some of these topics here do map to discussions you have in this forum, like fragmentation, censorship, security, of course, internet governance is on the slide as well. So we're trying to engage with these discussions and understand and create awareness about these discussions. But I also would like to note that I think when we discuss this topic in the IETF, it's a different discussion than here, because we really try to understand how does it impact our protocols, how does it impact the technology, or the other way around, how does the technology impact these topics, and how does it impact the internet architecture. And this is my last slide, but I really wanted to talk about this point a little bit more because it's very important, and it's openness. I was mentioning this at the beginning, and when I talk about openness, it's really two things. It's the openness of our standards. They are available at no charge, which really fosters deployment and adoption of the standards. And it's really is kind of one of the keys for interoperability and why the internet has been so successful. Because all you need to do is really to kind of conform to the standard, implement it, and then go and connect to the internet. And that's why we have a global network, because everybody relies on these standards, and we can then talk to each other and create this one big network that we call the internet. And again, like the more of our work gets adopted on the internet, that's how we measure our success. And for like some of the things we are doing, we actually see very good deployment. Sometimes it's really hard for us to measure that for us. So this is kind of also where the focus is. And then the other part is really openness about the process, and like feel free to please ask later on any kind of questions you have about both of these things, because I think like some of the aspects of the IETF work actually differently than other organizations, so maybe there's worth a discussion. So we really don't have a membership. Everybody can come. We have 3 meetings a year. Of course, you have to pay a fee for the meeting because the meeting itself has cost, right? Yeah, we have the rooms and all the things you need for a meeting. But there's also ways to support people if they don't have the capabilities. We make our whole process is extremely transparent. We not only make the documents, our products at the end available for free, but also all the stages in between, everything on the mailing lists, all the meeting minutes. And we have our own tool, which actually has an interface where you can get a lot of statistics about what's happening. And there's actually a bunch of researchers who do really interesting work, but trying to figure out, how the dynamics are. And trying to figure out things about driving forces and so on a more objective basis. Also, something that is a little bit special for the IETF is that the whole decision making is based on rough consensus, and that means we don't have any kind of votings. And also, we don't have, it's not like the leadership that is deciding. The role of the leadership is to judge consensus, and the decisions are taken by the community. And the reason why we have rough consensus is because that means that we can also move forward without, even if there are, if there are still concerns, which doesn't mean we are ignoring the concerns. We are trying to discuss all the concerns, take them into account. But then if we see that like we have agreement between a good set of people who also want to deploy the protocol and move forward, then at some point we have to move forward and accept this roughness. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of roughness. I mean, like for some topics, for sure. That's why we have the process. But in a lot of cases, we have very good consensus because we can get like agreement on the technical level. And that's where I want to stop. We have the panel discussion coming up. We will go into like a little bit more into some of the aspects, and I hand over to Jane.
Thank you, Miria. My name is Jane Coffin. I'm a co-chair of Gaia, which is one of the IRTF research groups, along with Curtis Heimrel. I'm going to do some quick rounds of questions with all of the panelists. So it's Lars, Andrew, Suresh, Colin, Miria, and Mallory. You each have 1 to 2 minutes to tell our guests here and the participants online how you've engaged with the IETF in the past and what are your current work areas of focus. I'm going to start with Lars, go to Andrew, go to Suresh, Colin, Miria, and Mallory. So get your answers ready. Lars, you're up.
Hi, good morning. I hope you guys can hear me. Okay, excellent. Hi, so my name is Lars Eckert, and I chair the IETF, as Miria has said. Greetings from Finland. It is 7:17. I really wish I could have made it to Kyoto. I'm sorry that wasn't possible. I hope I'll see you next year. I thought I'd give you sort of maybe a little bit of a personal story, so to make it a bit more sort of personal about how somebody would start in the IETF. So I was a PhD student, and I worked on this thing called TCP, the Transmission Control Protocol. You might have heard of it. It carries most of the bytes on the internet still. And so we worked on it, we did research, we came up with an improvement. And then the question is, how do you actually get that improvement out there onto the internet? And so, you start looking, so where does TCP come from? And you quickly sort of Google, or at the time you used Lycos, I think is what we used. And you quickly come across the IETF, and specifically there's a working group that works on this protocol, right? And so you figure out there's a mailing list, and you figure out how to join the mailing list, and then you send an email that says, hey, we have this idea about an improvement to TCP. What does the group think about this? And in our case, that change was sort of not uncontested, let's say, but the thing is, they're the experts participating typically in these groups. And so through these engagement, we actually realized there's a much better change that has a much broader impact, and it has avoid some of the downsides. And so we revised our proposal, and we discussed it, and eventually somebody said, you should write this up so we can put this forward towards publication. And then you learn about how you format a document correctly so it can become an RFC and all of that. And then you also learn how does it get processed through the process that Miria just described. And in the end, there's an RFC, and then if you're lucky, and the change is actually good, implementers will pick it up and it'll get deployed. So that is sort of an example of some of my work that started to come to the IETF. And as Miria said, it is extremely open, and it is just possible for individuals to start participating. We don't require a membership fee. We don't even require any sort of formal sign-up. So we have no notion of that. It is, capable individuals that either come as individuals on their own time, or obviously a lot of our participants are sponsored in some way by companies or other organizations like universities that sort of donate their time or their employer's time to help improve the internet protocols. And there was a slide that Miria said, there was this hourglass slide that talked about the different areas that we're working in. I often come across people that sort of think, the internet architecture is stale and isn't changing, and we need to have this, complete revamp of how the internet works technically. And that might be true if you look at the 10,000 foot level, because we still have protocols like IP and the DNS and TCP. But these protocols have evolved constantly over the 3 to 4 decades of the internet's existence. And all of them are very, very different than they were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, or even 2 years ago in some cases. but the acronyms are still the same, and they still fulfill more or less the same role in the architecture, and therefore it's easy to sort of assume just because there's still a thing like the DNS, the domain name system, that the internet hasn't really evolved. When in reality, it's evolving all the time. So one analogy that I sort of use is like, we are basically maintaining an airplane in flight, right? We're constantly changing everything about this airplane while it's up in the air, and we take great care that it doesn't crash. And that's why it looks like nothing's ever changing, because the plane just keeps flying and keeps rising. But we're replacing, the engines, we're replacing the landing gear, we're replacing the cabin interior, we're replacing everything about this plane constantly. And this is sort of the power of the IETF, right? If you think about how would you actually do the technical standards for a global commons like the IETF, it needs to be done in a forum that is like the IETF, that is open, where everybody can participate no matter where they're located or what time zone they're in or what their background is. If they have the technical competence and the interest and the time to help us out, they can very easily do that. Our executive director, Jay Daly, sort of is often saying that, if we didn't have the IETF, we couldn't invent it now, right? Because the IETF was born together with the internet, and the way of designing the technical specifications really is unique in the world. And if you think about the IGF, right, multi-stakeholderism is a very important concept that the IGF has. That actually probably originated with the IETF. This whole concept that we need to have different stakeholders participating in the standards process is something that the IETF had already in the 80s and 90s of last century, because we had university people, we had the operators, we've had the equipment vendors, we've had various other constituents that came to the IETF to discuss the technical problems that the internet had to make it grow better. And the IETF has a really unique role and is a really unique organization. And those of you who are in a position to send engineers our way or participate as non-engineer stakeholders, please do. We have a few upcoming meetings that will be in Prague, in the Czech Republic, in November. We're going to be in Brisbane, in Australia, in March of 2024. If I remember correctly, we're going to be in Vancouver in the summer of next year, the northern summer, I should say, in July. And my memory is hazy from then on out. I hope we're going to get some questions. I'll pass it on to the next person. Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you, Lars. The next up is Andrew. Andrew, 1 to 2 minutes on what you're doing and what we can learn more about what you're participating in.
Thanks very much. My name's Andrew Alston. I am one of the 3 routing area directors, which means I basically handle the routing area and handle the standards coming out of the routing area as my primary responsibility in the IETF. When I first came to the IETF, it's actually, I think, illustrates a little bit about the multi-stakeholder approach. So I live in Africa. I live here in Kenya. Was originally from South Africa, but I've been in Kenya for about 12 years. And as we were developing things, I head up the R&D department for Liquid Telecom on this side of the world. And as we were developing things, we started to see that firstly, we were facing certain challenges on the ground with regards to distances and other interesting issues that we find in running networks in Africa, as well as political changes which made us need certain things in the routing landscape that weren't really catered for. And so that's what brought me to the IETF originally. And I showed up and have never left. But I came in there as an operator, and the one thing that I would say is that I do believe that operators, we need more operators at the IETF, because one of the things that I learned as I walked into the IETF is that if you want the internet, to work in a way that works for you, you need to have your say. You've got to have your voice. And one of the things I spend quite a bit of time doing is trying to promote African participation in the IETF as well, to try and grow the participation from the continent, because we're sitting at the moment with 1.2 billion people on the continent, but the voices aren't participating. And the IETF gives people a place to come and to participate and have their say, and make sure that the protocols that we are deploying on the continent are not just a retrofit from everywhere else. It's a consensus-driven approach where we can make our needs heard. And I think that's really important. So yeah, I really hope to see a lot more operators, a lot more people at the IETF. And yeah, thanks very much for having me.
Thank you, Andrew. Suresh, you're
so
up.
with that.
Thank you. Hey, my name is Suresh Krishnan. I'm an IAB member. And like my thing is similar to Andrew. So I started working on IPv6. So IPv6 was like a new technology, like in the late 90s, like in early 2000s. And kind of it was part of like a inclusivity issue, right? So if you look at the developed world, most of them had like a large blocks of IP addresses, and countries like India and China were like really behind. We didn't have that many addresses to kind of go around, and a lot of us started doing work on IPv6. And if you look at Japan, Japan was really leading the stuff. Murai Sensei and Itaijun-san, they were like really ahead like of the whole world in doing the IPv6 stuff. So that's kind of where I started. When I went in, like I thought like it'll be this formidable thing and nobody would talk. And I kind of found the experience very similar to last, that all these people you've seen in like the standards and in the books and everything, they were like all amazing people and totally willing to help out. So it was like a really nice experience to come in and come up with your problems and solve them like collaboratively with other people. So that kind of thread has kind of stuck around. And there's also been a lot of things that we've done like on the inclusivity front, like in the recent times. I think the remote participation is one. Like, you know, we always had like good remote participation. It's really ramped up quite a bit during the pandemic, and that we continue it. And Miria talked a little bit about the waivers. So like we don't want to have like, you know, financial barriers for people to participate. So if you want to participate remotely and you're not able to afford it, like, you know, you can certainly get a waiver for that. We have like, you know, for people coming to meetings, we have like childcare, so young parents can continue doing the work on that. And like we've done quite a bit like to get people around from different constituencies, like academia, like Miria said, with IRSG and IRTF work, and operators who come in as well. And so like we are trying really hard to reach out, and we'd love to hear from people like about your problems. Come work with us collaboratively so we can solve things together, because as Lars said, the multi-stakeholder approach has really brought us this far, and it'll take us further going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh. And right on time. Dhruv, you're up next. 1 to 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm speaking here from Bangalore, India. I started participating in IETF as a software developer. So I was a consumer of RFCs for a long time. I have been reading RFCs, implementing them. And during that implementation process, you do realize that, oh, this feature is missing, or something better can be done. And, oh, I wouldn't have done it in this way. This is stupid. Let me come and fix this. So that's how I got involved with my first document. And I wrote an internet draft, came to the first document, luckily got support, but then kind of did realize that it's not like many people in my part of the world who are very active with RFCs, who read, who implement, but they never participate. They always thought of it as it's something somebody else does. And we are the software arm of the company, and we are going to go and implement things, but somebody else does the actual standard development. And this I wanted to break. And with the help of, in fact, people like Suresh and other people, we started working within India, which has almost every MNC, every big vendor and huge operators in India, which manage really big networks. So started working with them and how we can increase participation from this part of the world. And over the years, yes, the participation has increasing, remote participation has helped a lot, but still there is a long way to go. And yes, the journey is not over. I am also the IAB outreach coordinator. I'm part of the education and outreach team in the ITF as well. So this is very important for me as well. And I'm personally trying to put more and more effort in making IETF more accessible for people. I myself can see a lot of change has happened in the years that I started participating in, which is around 2010. So it's been a while now. And when new people come in, how we can make it easier for them to participate in IETF has been very important. And with various programs as well, we have been doing it. As a non-binary person myself, making sure that the participation from women and other genders is as easy and as successful at IETF is also very key. And we have been focusing on that as well at IETF. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. That was really important to also note about the inclusion part. Colin, you're up. 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Jane. My name is Colin Perkins. I work at the University of Glasgow in the UK. And I'm the current chair of the IRTF, the Internet Research Task Force. As Miria said earlier, the IRTF is a parallel organization to the IETF, and we focus on longer-term research to complement the near-term standards work in the IETF. And we try to act as a bridge between the research community and the standards development community in the IETF. I've been involved in the IETF and the IRTF since the mid-1990s. I had a somewhat similar experience to that of Lars when starting. I was doing research. In my case, it was multicast video conferencing rather than TCP. And we brought some of the ideas into the IETF community to try and get them standardized. And they got a surprisingly, for me at the time, positive welcome. I thought this would be a big and scary thing to do, but it turned out to be surprisingly straightforward. And the ideas got some take-up, and I got sucked into the process and have been involved ever since. Since then, I've continued to work on transport protocols, both in the research community and in the IETF. I've chaired a number of IETF working groups. And for the last 5 years or so, I've been chairing the IRTF, coordinating between the research and the standards communities and looking into the dynamics of the IETF standards process. Thank you.
Excellent. Miria, over to you. How have you engaged with the IETF in the past, and what's your current work area of focus?
So I already talked a lot, so I will try to be very brief, and we have enough time later for questions. My story is actually very similar. I also started as a PhD student, even working on TCP. And the one thing I want to mention is that my first meeting was like very overwhelming. There's like so much things going on, and there's a lot of things that like you don't understand from the first minute, but that would be a wrong expectation. But the one thing that I felt at the very first meeting I went to, and whenever I engaged with the IETF, was that there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of things happening, and there's a lot of smart people. There's a lot of those people still there who kind of invented the internet or has been working on the very early protocols, who have a lot of expertise, but also knowledge about the history and this whole spirit of like having a network to openly connect people and to exchange freely information that's still there. It was still there when I started, and it is still there. And that is also for me the motivation why I keep engaging with the IETF beyond just my technical work, also taking over leadership positions, and why I'm sharing the IAB at the moment. Just to give you a little bit more background, I'm an engineer, I'm working for Ericsson. I'm still working on transport, not TCP anymore, but like a new fancy transport protocol, so we're actually doing some work there. And that's a large portion of my time. And then the other portion of my time is sharing the IAB. And again, that is not driving my company's interest forward, but it's driving the internet and the IETF forward. And I think this is really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Miria. That's perfect. And Mallory, over to you.
Yeah, last one to go to introduce. Yeah, I'm Mallory Nodal. I'm work at the Center for Democracy and Technology. It's my day job, and I'm, as Miria mentioned, I'm on the Internet Architecture Board with Drew and Suresh, and also I chair a research group on human rights. So I guess a few other roles. Like I've chaired a working group with Suresh a little bit, and I'm a reviewer for the journal area. That's another thing that folks can do at the IETF is you can review other people's work. You don't always have to be writing it. Something that I found really valuable and helps me follow what's going on. My first meeting was almost 10 years ago, surprisingly. It was when I was working at the Association for Progressive Communications, and I found it a really interesting place for two reasons. The first was that we were, at APC at the time, were really fostering like implementation of technology, but not the way big tech does it. We were really tiny, sometimes independent, sometimes NGOs that were either running community networks or web or email hosting. And so I found it really interesting to try to infuse those views and those experiences into the larger standards bodies, because I think it is often perceived as dominated by big tech, and the problem space is just so wildly different. So I found that interesting and useful. And then the second thing that I found really fascinating and impactful about it, and why I've really stuck around all these years, is for a while at APC and then in previous positions, I was a trainer for digital security for like journalists and activists and people who are really at risk in authoritarian regimes and during protests and things like that. And it's so hard to teach some of those concepts back then, like, you know, PGP, encrypted email. You could spend 3 days trying to teach journalists how to use it, and they still would not always get it right. And you were worried about their security and whether they understood their threat model and things like that. And you still only trained like a handful of people after a week. And at the IETF, I thought was really interesting is you could actually maybe try to change the way the internet worked for everyone, so that you would have a lot more impact in keeping people safe online and keeping them connected, because the internet itself would change and meet those needs of the most at-risk people. And so anyway, that's what I find really fascinating about working at the IETF level, and yeah, looking forward to the discussion. So.
Excellent. There's a question I'll ask Lars now. And Lars, could you let us know what some of the hot topics are in the IETF that participants might want to learn more about? If you could take 2 to 3 minutes on that one so that we can get a couple other questions in and then open it up for Q&A. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So there are obviously a lot of things happening at the IETF. We have around 120 different working groups that work on different areas of the internet space. And all of them are doing something, or most of them are doing something. But I want to like maybe hit on a few points. So one of the current themes that have been happening ever since the Snowden revelations over 10 years ago is that the IETF is really serious about strengthening the security of the internet and the privacy protections that users have. And we've done a lot of work there. One of the core protocols in that space is TLS, the Transport Layer Security Protocol. And we've recently, I think 2 years ago or something like that, published version 1.3 of TLS, which has significantly simplified the protocol and has also added to the security and privacy protections that are offered to users. And that is widely deployed now. All major browsers, well, all browsers really implemented, all servers and CDNs implemented, and TLS 1.3 really has upped the game for online security. So that's a thing we recently did. TLS 1.3 is also part of the QUIC protocol that you might have heard about, which is another thing that the IETF has recently shipped. QUIC is not quite replacing TCP, but at least providing similar features in terms of data transport for the new version of the HTTP web protocol, which is HTTP version 3. And that is also a massive effort that I think by some counts, QUIC with HTTP 3 and TLS 1.3 is already close to half of all web traffic. Within just a year or 2 or 3 after initial deployment. So that illustrates that the work in the IETF sometimes takes a long time because it's complicated and we need to get it all correct, right? Because remember, maintaining the plane while it's flying, right? So we don't want to crash it. But once something is ready, and if it solves a need, it can get global deployment very, very quickly. And so the internet is dramatically changing because of things the IETF is doing every day. And sometimes, the entire model of the internet traffic is changing from within a few months from mostly HTTP2 with TCP and TLS 1.2 to now QUIC and TLS 1.3. So that is sort of demonstrates the power that the IETF really has in terms of driving change in the internet. I want to maybe mention one last topic, which isn't quite in part of the sort of core set of internet protocols, but it's very important. So there's a way in which the IETF starts new work when we don't have a working group that already fits that proposal, which is called a birds of a feather session. And we had one, the acronym for it is DALT. I must admit I forget what the expansion is, but never mind. The problem DALT is trying to solve is all of us now have like AirTags and various other Bluetooth trackers, location trackers in our luggage or our backpacks or a keychain or a car or somewhere else. And stalking through these devices is a huge problem, right? So, AirTags and other devices like that work great, except when, somebody slips you one of these things into your purse or into your car or somewhere else, and then they can track you. Obviously, that is a very real threat model, where people's personal privacy and bodily harm is at stake. And DALT is an example where the big vendors of these devices have tried to come together and have looked for a forum for where they can all standardize on, how can your Google Android phone alert you if someone has slipped you an Apple AirTag, right? Because they're two different ecosystems in terms of devices, but they need to cooperate around the standard for making sure that your Android phone alerts you if somebody has slipped, an AirTag into your purse, although it's an Apple device. And the security modeling and the solution space is very complicated, but it's very, very, very important given the vast amount of tags that are out there. And this is obviously just the beginning, right? Because the more tags are out, the better the tracking works, and that enables new uses for yet more tags. This is a new work, so there's not a IETF standard on it yet. It's not even a working group yet, although it's very likely that by the meeting in Prague in 2 or 3 weeks, we'll likely start a working group. But it demonstrates that the IETF is sort of a natural home for some of these technical areas that are sort of adjacent to the overall internet. Because these tracking networks become enabled because the internet exists. And so organizations that look for a home that has, open participation, where it's free to use the standards, because, we want everybody to be able to integrate this into their tracking networks, right? So we don't want to have a solution that requires somebody to pay revenues or, pay membership fees so they can participate in the setting of the standard or deploying it. And so they have chosen the IETF as a home because we have, clear rules about how we do our work. Everybody understands them. Everybody understands you just participate individually. There's no membership fees. There's no restrictions on the use of the outcome technology. And we're hoping that will get deployment very widely as well once the technical work is done.
Thank you very much, Lars. We're going to open it up for some Q&A in the room and online. Does anyone have any questions for any of our panelists about the IETF or the IRTF? And Dhruv is our online moderator. And Dhruv, I don't see anything online. Do you? I might have missed something.
No, none so far.
Okay, we have a question here in the room. Please, and if you could keep the question short so that we can give you a short answer.
Sure. Yeah, hopefully this is on. Andrew Campling. I run a public policy, public affairs consultancy, and I'm an IETF enthusiast. We sort of touched on, but haven't really expanded on diversity in standards bodies. When we consider diversity on whatever axis you like, whether it's geographic, ethnicity, age, or gender, it is a big problem. So, for example, the IETF is about 10% female participation, to give one example. It's not a multi-stakeholder process, so there's very limited involvement of CSOs, and those that do engage have a relatively narrow sort of perspective or represent relatively narrow points of view. Governments and their agencies are largely not involved, and that equally end users are not present. And as I think Andrew mentioned, the tech sector representation is pretty narrow, so we don't have many network operators, for example. If we accept that diversity improves the culture of an organization and the quality of its output, what are the unintentional barriers to both entry and to ongoing participation that affect that diversity, and how can we fix them so that we get much better diversity of thought and therefore better standards?
So Andrew, I'm going to ask you to answer that question, and could you do that in about 1 minute to 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure. Andrew, the diversity question is always an interesting one for me, and we've had some quite extensive debates about this at the IETF. I think you've got to look at it as, what does diversity mean in the context of the IETF? Because I think that it goes so much deeper than when you start looking at what I would consider your standard diversity metrics of gender, race, etc. It comes down to, what is the diversity of technical thought and bringing that into the IETF. For example, I think that sitting here in Africa, I bring an African perspective, which is diverse. And I think that to say that the IETF is also not a multi-stakeholder engagement model, I think that that's actually fundamentally inaccurate, because there is a lot of multi-stakeholder. You have the operators, you have the vendors, and the participation is open for anybody to come and participate, be you an operator, be you a vendor, be you a government. I know that I've done a lot of presentations to various government entities saying we need more involvement from Africa. It's about encouraging people to come. But I would definitely say that the IETF is a multi-stakeholder organization, and we welcome that participation and actively encourage it. But I think on the diversity question, as I said, it comes down to, how do you define the diversity? And for me, that diversity is about bringing cultures, it's about bringing different perspectives, different views from different segments of the industry, etc. And in that sense, I actually think the IETF it has a lot of diversity in that sense. We could do better, but I do think that it is there. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Andrew. We're going to turn it over to Miria, but I would also want to just put out there, for those of you that may not know this, there is a policymakers group where ISOC funds that, and you've brought people from all over the world, from the governmental sector, from parliamentarians and others. It's a quiet group. They meet with different people from the IETF and the IAB and the IRTF. And I would just say that there's probably more going on a multi-stakeholder level than some people would know. Miria, over to you.
Yes, I would like to add quickly a few points. And one point is that we totally understand actually engaging actively in the IETF needs resources, right? And the IETF also depends on these resources. We don't have staff members who are working on the standards, actually the participants that voluntarily come to the IETF and do all the work. So if you want to engage on that level, that is a big commitment, and we totally understand that not even in the private sector everybody can afford that. But on the other hand, it's also, it's important to have like a certain diversity in order to ensure quality of our standards, and then make sure everybody, even those people who didn't have the resources to participate in the creation of the standards, can freely use the standards and can engage if they want to enhance the standards. And this is a really important point, where it's not only about bringing people and taking the pen up, but reaching out and making sure people are aware about what we're doing. And that's something we try to do a lot more, including with policy stakeholders, where we try to reach out and have a dialogue and try to explain what we're doing, how it works, where touch points are, also bridging this information back into the IETF. So, there are challenges in like active participation, but I think to have a dialogue and to understand the requirements, we also need other ways to do that.
Thank you, Miria, and thank you for your question. It was an important question. Someone else in the room who has a question, please. Okay, well, Dinesh, please.
Hi, my name is Dinesh. I'm from Bangalore, India, and working in a rural area. So my question is a little bit of segue, but I'm starting with Maria. Maria, right? No, her. Okay. Mallory. Yeah, Mallory. Oh, I'm sorry. So what you said, like you're coming from APC background, and then you're coming from web background, and then you're doing IETF standards. My question for the whole conference has been in almost everywhere I've been, why is not anybody working on web standards, extending it to the communities out there? Is the internet done? You know, when it comes to web protocols, web standards and all that, we need to push it. That's what I'm kind of trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the World Wide Web Consortium is largely responsible for the web standards, right? W3C. It would be great to have the W3C at the IGF more. I think as someone who also engages there, my organization is really invested in the web standards, a variety of different standards that aren't just about, you know, the web and all the other ways that it faces the users more. I think, yeah, it would be great to have them more. So that's not necessarily a question for the IETF. There is some degree of overlap, right, between what happens there, and we also have an established, IETF has an established liaison, or no, do we have an established liaison? We do, we have an established liaison relationship with the W3C. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. We had a recent conversation in which that has confused me. But no, and so that's important, and that happens already. But in fact, yeah, it would be great to, in the IGF, which I think is mostly seen as a policy space, to actually have this bridging role where the technical community comes as well. So while this is the IETF's first time doing an open forum, we know ICANN has done one for a while, we know ISOC has been involved, maybe we can convince W3C to come next time as well.
And just to follow up very, very briefly on that, Lars mentioned HTTP3, which is the next version of the Web Transport Protocol, which was developed in the IETF very recently. And in collaboration with the W3C, we also did the WebRTC protocols for video conferencing, which I think we've all put a lot of effort into over the last few years with the pandemic.
Yeah, as a follow-up on that, John from the Air Foundation, the main difference would be the membership system that they have in W3C. So participation is quite more difficult unless you can actually afford the fees. So there has to be a more reflection on how to proceed with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. George. I actually have a comment, not a question, but my name is Danko Jevtovic from ICANN board. And I would first like to forward the best from our chair, Tripti Sinha, but she's on a bilateral, so couldn't be here. And thank the AIB for sending Harold to us. I think he says always his role is to protect us from breaking the internet. So he's very good at that, and thank you. But most of all, thank you for the standards you're making and your work on privacy. This is the key underpinning of the technical layer that we are all working on together. I still remember my reading of the first RFC, that was SMTP protocol, when we were trying to connect in Serbia BBS system to internet to exchange our emails and writing code to read it. And for me personally, that was a shock how easy it was to read that document and how enabling that was to help on the internet. So ICANN obviously supports IETF and your specific multi-stakeholder model. And we often, looking at the whole ecosystem of standard organizations, sometimes there is discussion also about standards that are developed inside different organizations. But for me, it's clear that IETF is the key for the technical layer of the internet. And the strength is the openness and free standards that are based on IP and voluntarily accepted. So this is kind of the reason for the win of open networks against closed systems. And we often hear, even in the IGF and other fora about ideas for changing the basic protocols in the kind of old ITU style way of thinking. But I think given this tremendous success of the internet, it's clear that the way how IETF is doing is the way forward. And we are grateful for that. Keep on doing it, and we support you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for what you do on the ICANN board. Is there anyone else? Okay, lovely. We've got about 2 more questions we've got 5 minutes. So if you have a minute to ask it, we'll get a minute to answer it and see what we can do.
This is Ignacio Castro from Queen Mary University of London, and I chair a research group at the IRTF. I've heard quite a few times here that certain groups are not represented in the technical community, but to be frank, I have been quite surprised to see how little representation of the technical community is in the IGF, and I'm wondering what would be the way to bridge that gap, because it looks like both communities are seeing exactly the same problem on the other side.
I'll just quickly say I couldn't agree with you more. There was more participation in the beginning 10 to 15 years, and it's been, and this is one of the reasons the IETF, IAB, IRTF is here today and has this great session, and I think you'll see more in the future.
No, I just wanted to say that I think there's a recognition of that, and it's certainly something that everyone I feel like I've spoken to today and this week from the technical community, even those that aren't here, RERs and others, are aware of, and I think there's a concerted effort now to shift that back to where it used to be, like Jane said.
I do want to acknowledge the point you make about challenges, because this forum is also very broad. I found it very interesting to be here. I learned a lot also, just for me personally, caring about the internet as a citizen. But identifying the parts of the discussion where we can provide valuable input is challenging for us.
And that's a really good point, Mirja. We may want to see if we can talk to the MAG or make more input on a technical track, right? Which, because we used to come and do internet exchange points, BGP, a little bit of IP addressing, so maybe we bring that back. We have room for one more question if you ask it quickly. I don't see any. Oh, bravo, go ahead.
My name is Makoto Nakamura from the local government of Nara City, Japan. Now I fight against legacy technology or legacy people. And today's government system in Japan often use FTP, still use the FTP or old protocols. Would you have any idea to quit the old protocol or legacy protocol into the trash? I know that RFC back obsolete, I know, but it's a replacement of the new protocol almost all over 6 cases. So how would you step up or move to new technology and push from the IETF? This is my first questions.
So, I mean, gladly, even so, these old protocols are still there, the internet doesn't break, so that's part of the architecture, and that's the good news. I think a lot of these protocols, there has been a lot of focus on security, for example, and sometimes that's unfortunately a harder selling point than performance. You know, if you have a protocol which gives you direct benefits that shows your investment on a short term and pays back, then it's easy to convince people. If you have to update to a new protocol and you have to invest money, manpower, knowledge, and you don't get a direct payback, that's a challenge. But I think we need to just go and explain the importance of updating these protocols and the impact on the long term to keep the internet healthy and to protect your own services you're providing by getting a more reliable, more secure, and a better network. So I think it's an education task for us all, and I understand the challenge.
There's also just another shout out to ISOC. I used to work there. I don't work there now, just a disclaimer. But there's a really strong Japanese chapter, ISOC chapter, and they may be able to do some workshops with you. They're really great. I think we're at time, and I think it's time to just say thank you to everybody for participating. For everyone in the room, everyone online, thank you, Drew, for being the online moderator, and everyone else here. So give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much, and stay in touch with the IETF IAB.
No, for the open forum there was only 1 hour was the only option.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
I think it was good, but it was.
Deutsche Bronze, I work in Geneva. Thank you very much for those questions. To get to know because I of course I know about the business of this organization.
Don't forget that. I mean, people are
for us, I mean, like the main focus of this program from what I'm doing is how to translate human rights concerns to standards. I didn't want to take the floor, but my question would be how can we get more diverse community, not only from technical perspective, but also from international perspective. Human rights perspective, my background is legal. So, but to us, non-technical people, it's very difficult to understand actually how all this works. It's difficult to participate in discussions. So how to ensure that those concerns from human rights perspective, privacy, surveillance, censorship, etc. That translate.
I mean, that is the process. Are you aware that we have researchers on human rights?
Yeah. I wanted to approach her.
I think, like, this is like, as I said, this is like one of the very having the IIGF actually had created dialogue to also create awareness about these. We have challenge that like ways but like from my own perspective on like my technical I also have to say there is a very strong focus on security if you actually try to map already impact positive. I mean, of course, there are broader considerations, but there's also a lot of considerations which are related to the climate, which we can only influence to like a very limited extent, right? But at least I think having this venue and having some exchanges in this way, I found very positive.
Yeah,
for the next session. But happy to talk more.
Okay, so if you can you drop me an email?
I have a card.
You have a card. Okay, perfect. So happy to chat. We are based where?
I'm in Stuttgart. I'm German.
You're in Stuttgart. Okay, Stuttgart. Okay. Geneva, the same time zone, so that's the most important thing. Okay, so thank you very much. Happy to chat the other day.
Thank you for answering my question.
Sure, yeah. Please feel free to ask me more questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shortly, has my name.
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, please feel free to reach out to Stefan if you want to stay.
Yeah.
As well, like, feel free to reach out to us directly. Like, we are, I think we are not only open for participation, but also very open-minded person. We also actually like
Thank you.
but also ISO is very important partner for us.
I hope to much more strong message from the technology pushing to the next stage, because all the protocol, all the technology is weak against attack or security issues. But no one realizes about such a dangerous situation, and they still use all the protocols.
So this is really a challenge. So we do a lot of work in the IGF to make all the protocols more secure, like security is really everywhere in discussion. Every standard we use has a discussion about security, right? But then there's also a challenge that deployment of these protocols takes a very long time, right? And even when you deploy protocols that have been insecure before, now there's a secure version, we often have to support the insecure version for a long time. At the end, this will take time, but it's very much
I realize that create a new protocol is much more easier than quit the project.
Definitely. Definitely, absolutely. But I mean, it's also, it's also in the design of the internet that like different protocols can coexist and have to break, right? So
not the top-down type of the process.
And at the end, there are, like, in order to get deploying, there are like challenges which are not like it's about actually getting the money to get the stuff. It's new equipment, yes, but all get it installed, building the knowledge, right? So there's a lot more than just the technology.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good class.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm leaving. We will have like a tunnel, and then I will have the picture, which are all the people featured in the book. Okay. And I hope they will. And then yes, we will distribute the book. Would you like help? Yes, maybe. Okay. Maybe. But I would like to keep the book here so that the camera can, have this.
So you can just put the books like while the panelists say something
Yes.
on the session, and when are you going to distribute the books? In the last minute?
Yes, because I will ask at the end to the people featured in the book to come here and take a picture, and they will have priority to have the book. And what is left, it can be take in the other.
Okay.
So I would like to have everything here. So
Okay. So if you need help, please just like
Okay.
see around here and just say something.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect.
I want mine.
Yes.
Nadia, we are featured. We get to be close to the presenter. Okay. She just told me we are VIP.
Oh, we are VIP. Okay. Not for now. Now we have to present the book.
Oh. Can I get one here?
No, this is for Anya.
Because our one Bangladeshi job is public. Hello. Good.
Okay. At the end,
In the end, I got stuck in the meeting I was late to moderate. We had a no-show and one.
So you had one on-site and one remotely?
No.
Anya is coming as well. Okay.
Why did it then go so long?
No, then we had to narrative quite.
Yay.
I should go back booth by booth so I can join this session.
How was the session?
Okay. Let's go.
We should have gone for a lightning talk, launch awards event session for the network. IGF did as of launched.
But to be honest, it was good. We had 25 to 30 people come. 1.5 hours. Many stayed for just an hour and then went to ISO. This more is not intended. So this was actually good, and I will do the same. But ICANN is even more difficult because there's also every evening something going on with ICANN 25 celebration.
Or do you want it to just be left in case? I don't think there will be any.
We will do this regularly. And it's easy done. I
Okay,
just order
that's
some
fine. You are with me?
alcoholics, invite
So Hanya is coming, but is leaving. Okay. You are here. Jenna is coming as well. Okay.
Are you having a session here now?
No, I'm only looking, watching, but I get.
But why do you
Because I get the privilege.
I told you you were the VIP.
Leaving my things.
Okay, now I go and settle the bill for last night. What was the next? Is it you?
This is Youth Atlas. Veronica created a program as the
I
second.
heard about the Youth Atlas, yes. I think so. There was some email on this.
Yeah, the first Youth Atlas was represented with Michael submitting something on behalf of Eurodic, and then now Veronica has led on the Youth Atlas, editing it and collecting interviews and both a written statement and online interview. So you can start it in and you can read all of what people are doing all over the world.
I take one.
Yes, of course.
I don't carry too much paper, but
this one you need to have a copy of.
Good, thanks. How are you doing?
You're surviving.
Sorry.
Hi.
Here, but I won't be able to stay long.
Okay. Yeah, I see leaving.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I'll tell my. Where will I sit there?
You can here.
Whatever you want. I can just sit wherever you want. I don't know what did you plan?
No, we can stay here so that the books can be.
Ah, there you are. Oh my God.
Can I show it to you now, or do you
Yes,
want to
sure, sure. But you really shouldn't have.
He will be. He's coming. Yeah, today again. He's coming today or tomorrow? Like,
Oh my God.
Sorry
thank
for
you
the
so
packaging
much,
because it
Marco.
was in the suitcase and now in the backpack.
But thank you so much. I'll share with Vitaminka.
Yes.
Thank you so
They're
much.
nice.
I know, I like them. I really do. I'm a chocolate fan. Very happy.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'll share with my colleagues in the office. Say that
Thank you very much
Macedonia
for
next year.
everything.
No, nothing. Thank you for taking the lead in this.
Yeah, but we need to do more. I mean, I feel that also the previous year, I know that everyone is primary job and other things, but I think that we are not doing enough. That's true. Yeah.
Yes. You really need a big team if you want to
Yes, because time that then not everyone, someone has half time, someone doesn't have it, and it's but we will see.
But how are you doing generally? Good.
I'm good.
You're in Skopje?
Yes, in Skopje.
Now it's Alexander.
No worries. It's
Is he
good.
still active?
Sorry?
Is he still active with the National IGF?
Yeah, I think it was. It's active. It's helping me when it's needed and when I speak. And also he was in ICANN, I think, conference when it was in America. It was in Washington, I think.
Yeah.
So it's active more or less, but he started his new company, which is IGO, Alexander Ichokai, but he's also using his AI, artificial intelligence, something legal, his own company, and that's why he stepped down or something like that. But he is good, yeah. Yeah.
No, thank you very much.
You're based in Geneva?
Yes.
I was in June in Geneva moderating on panel right.
Oh, really?
But I didn't
Let
know.
me know when you
Yeah. Okay.
I originally come from Sarajevo.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, but I've been in Geneva for more than 8 years now. For long.
Super.
Very nice, Marco. Thank you so much for this. Yeah. Everyone will be so happy.
I hope so.
Thank you. Do you have your mic? I got the mic. I'll leave my chocolates here.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Please take your seat if you can.
We are starting now. And welcome everyone to this Launch and Awards session. We are going to officially present the second edition of the Youth Atlas. Welcome once again. I'm Veronica Piccolo, and I will be the online moderator for this session. Mohammed Ali will be the I'm on-site moderator for this session. Mohammed Ali will be the online moderator for this session. And Humud Pararo Velasquez will be our rapporteur. With me on site, I have Anya Django from the IGF, the IGF Secretariat, and Nadia Tiaya from Eurodig. And online, I can see Juliana Novaes. Hello. Juliana is the head of editorial of the Youth Atlas, and we will start very soon for this presentation. But just a reminder, I would like to request all the speakers and audience who may ask questions during the open floor to please speak clearly at a reasonable pace. I would also like to request everyone participating to maintain a respectful and inclusive environment in the room and in the chat. You can ask questions during the Q&A. If you are on site, please approach the microphone. If you are online, please raise your hand so that you can be unmuted by the tech. And if you have any further question or comment, or would like the moderator to read out your question or comment, please type in the Zoom chat. Without further ado, I would like to start the presentation of this book. Some of you might already know this. This book is the second edition of the Youth Atlas, and it follows the first edition, which was published in 2019, and it collects all the stories of young people actively engaging or working into the internet governance ecosystem. We have been honored by a foreword by Vin Cerf and the preface of Anya Django. And this book particularly is divided in 4 sections. The first, which contain data and statistics about the development of youth engagement over these 2 or 3 years. Then we have a first session, which we call the veterans, with all the interviews of people engaging in internet governance for 3 or more years. Then we have the session for the section for the newcomers, and in the end we also have a section dedicated to all youth programs. And in this regard, I would like to quickly give the floor to Juliana to explain us a little bit about the content and findings of the book. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronica. First of all, thank you very much for coming to this session today. Unfortunately, I'm not in Japan this time. It's around 6 a.m. here. But I can feel the energy in the room, and I'm happy to be with you in spirit, if not in person. I would also like to thank the Youth SIG from ISOC for having me as a collaborator of this project, again, of the second edition of the Youth Atlas, and especially for Veronica for all the effort that she put into this project. So thank you so much for this. So about the Youth Atlas, Veronica rightly mentioned, this is the second edition of a first book that we launched back in 2019, part of the Youth ICG from ISOC. And the idea came from a conversation that we were having with some people that had previously participated in fellowship programs to attend the IGF, such as the ISOC fellowship program, the Brazilian fellowship program, and other ones. And we were always saying how there were always moments in which the organizations that fund these kind of programs wonder exactly what are the results that come from these initiatives. So basically, what happens to the young people after they join the IGF and they participate in these kind of events. So essentially, what's the outcome of the investment that they are doing in these young people? And we all know, as former participants, that there are many success stories out there. We all know people who first joined in IGF and then got a position at some organization, or started their PhD on the topic, or then started working for the government or some kind of multilateral entity. So we all know these success stories, but we didn't have at the time any kind of documentation or formal record of the young people who had previously participated in this program. So it was very hard to measure the impact of them in the lives of young people after they joined the IGF. So this is how the idea of the first edition of the first Youth Atlas started. So we decided it was time to record the results of the young people and their trajectories after they joined their IGF, and show the importance that these fellowship programs had in their lives, and the importance of maintaining these young people in the IGF ecosystem. Also to show some of the difficulties that they face as young people joining internet governance for the first time and continuing their trajectory in this field as well. Because, I mean, a lot of improvement has been made in terms of youth representation in the IGF in the past years, but it hasn't always been that inclusive. So it was hard in the past to get sessions approved at the IGF if you were part of a youth organization. It was always hard to get funding to attend the IGF as well. It still is, but it was way harder back then than it is now. So it was also a project to show how some of these difficulties remain in our ecosystem for young people. So then we made the first edition of this book, and we had very limited budget at the time and also very limited time. We put the whole book together in less than 3 months and launched it at the IGF Berlin 2019. And now I'm so happy to see that the second edition, which now shows not only the trajectories of people that had been previously in the IGF ecosystem, but also the newcomers. So we can see a contrast between the people who have been joining these events for over 3 years and the people who are just joining now. So what are the differences in their hopes and their expectations, in the challenges that they face? I mean, without going much further into this, I also think it's important to mention that this book has only been made possible with the hands of several people, a lot of volunteers who have worked hard in editing text, doing interviews, and putting their own free time into this initiative. As it often happens with youth initiatives, we often work on a volunteer basis, using our free time to do this. So I just wanted to show my appreciation for all the volunteers that have collaborated with this, and also to the people that actually participated in our surveys and interviews, answering our questionnaire. A lot of things in our IG ecosystem are the product of volunteer work. So we're also very proud to say that every single person that has contributed to this project has been credited there. So I would just like to personally thank them so much for making this possible. And of course, this is a book which aims to give visibility, well, to you as a young person and to me as a young person as well, and give us credit for all the work we have done since we started participating in the IG ecosystem. We want to build a healthier culture in internet governance, a more collaborative culture in which people have more freedom to participate in initiatives, and we have the power to do this as young people. And we hope that this book is a source of pride and is a source of inspiration for young people, either joining the internet governance ecosystem now or who have been here for a long time now. And we hope that this helps foster more initiatives such as this, and it helps to empower more young people in our field. And saying this, I would like to thank you all again, and I hope you're all enjoying the IGF in Japan. Yeah.
Thank you, Juliana. I'm particularly sensitive in this moment. This was a very hard work, and as Juliana pointed out, it was mainly on a volunteering basis, and we put our time into this book our free time into this book, and it might not be perfect, so you might also come across some mistakes, some typo and errors, and but I think that this is the token of cooperation, of international cooperation. We had people working on this from Brazil, from Africa, from Europe, and we had an amazing support from our friends from Japan, because this book is the product of the work of many hands, and I'm very proud to present this at the IGF, but this also was printed in Japan, so it was also is very representative of of our global meeting here, and what this IGF is meant for us. But I know that this book has attracted a lot of attention. Maybe you online, you don't know this, but I already have some copies reserved from people who came to me asking to have a copy of this. And at the end of this session, we will have a picture with all people featured in this book who are also here at the IGF. And we will distribute these copies to them and also to the people attending. But I would also give the possibility to Anya to come in, and first of all, I would like to thank you for the time you took also to write your preface for our book. And from you, I would like to know, since 2019, when the first edition was published, how the work of the IGF Secretariat evolved to support young people, because most of the people also present here, they were not even able to, to know how the Youth Summit was even created. So, thank you.
I hope you can hear me now. Okay, I'll use Veronica's tool. First of all, it's such a great pleasure to be here. Yes, okay. This should work. It's a great pleasure to be here, and on behalf of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum Secretariat, I firstly would like to sincerely congratulate Veronica, Juliana, but also Internet Society Youth Standing Group on this remarkable output of what I know is a product of goodwill for sure, but also hard work. It's not easy to gather young people from around the globe to make sure that no one is left behind, to create an inclusive story. But I know you are guided by your energy to do all this in your voluntary capacity, in addition to your schools, in addition to your jobs, in addition to your commitments to your families, friends, in general to your life. It takes a lot of time. For the IGF Secretariat, it's a great honor to be featured in this wonderful publication, and it's such a good feeling to hold it finally in my hands. And I sincerely would like to thank you for including us in this process, and of course for leading this process. I do think that for years since since the program was created, we have been at the Secretariat witnessing the change that you are making, globally speaking, and creating channels for young people to really feel from inside what does it mean to be involved and to have active voice in internet governance processes, including, of course, the Internet Governance Forum. To respond to Veronica's question, I think the response is that we have been learning from you for all these years. The YCIG, for example, the standing group as well, they exist for several years now, while the IGF Secretariat, together with, of course, its other structures, such as the MAG, such as also the leadership panel and the support, as you can see, this atlas also received from the chair of the leadership panel, Mr. Windsurf. we all have been learning from you. Just because a formalized, inclusive youth track as a form of capacity development for engagement of young people was introduced after Berlin IGF in 2019. And I think the breaking point was really 2019 when we said we need to do more, when we saw what young people at the IGF in Berlin have done completely organically in a self-organized manner, organizing various sessions, press conferences, participating actively in the other sessions of the program, and just proactively engaging in discussions which definitely can lead to decision-making processes with senior stakeholders without necessarily having the open, not invitation, but I would say invitation was always there, but just a mechanism for you to go easier through the channels of integration into the decision shaping and decision making processes. And so in 2020, we decided that we have to react to the calls for young people to ensure that there are processes which can enable engagement of young people in a meaningful way in the Internet Governance Forum processes. And we established the youth track as a form of capacity development project within the IGF, and something that really corresponds to the mandate of the IGF. But given the fact that the IGF knows only one way of working, and that is open, multi-stakeholder, bottom-up, inclusive, transparent, always working with others and always listening others before any decisions are made, we knew that the only way to start the youth track, to design it, to brainstorm on the way we can advance it, is just in a way of cooperation with all the young people that are willing to join us. We are in a very good position, and from year to year, I have to say that position is even better, that there are many youth IGF initiatives, many capacity development, youth-centered international initiatives that are working closely with the IGF Secretariat, with various members of the MAG, on bringing youth voices into the processes. So since we had that mechanism, we just grabbed on it, and we connected better, even closer, with all of you that are here in the room. I think most of you I do recognize. Youth IGF coordinators that are the driving forces between many of the IGF processes in many countries and regions. And as you know, we started working on organizing a couple of very concrete ways of engagement. Our goal was always to be as inclusive as possible. And believe me, that can be very challenging when you're sitting in a small office in Geneva and you want the whole world to be engaged in your process, and your job is to serve the whole world. What helped us to overcome that challenge and to find a meaningful way to do this is to connect with the coordinators and to have our coordinators as the focal points in so many countries and regions where our voice could be then transferred to young people living in the countries and regions of the coordinators. And I cannot express enough our gratitude to the youth IGF coordinators for everything that you're doing and for being such great partners to all of us. It is really thanks to you that the youth track is becoming just useful, I would say, for many young people from around the world. The form, as you know, of the youth track was changing from year to year. We were brainstorming, we were learning by doing, learning from our good practices, from mistakes we made. And so in after 2020 and then after 2020 was the online edition of the IGF, and it was a very important year for us because we received, we worked with hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of young people. The feedback that we received at that time was young people are ready to work, not just to talk, but really do a concrete work. But we do have a criticism, and that criticism is that we don't want to work just among ourselves. We need to work with those who are holding positions of power, so with senior experts and leaders. And for us, that was very, very clear message that was channeled. So in 2021, we had an extraordinary support from the host country, from the government of Poland. And throughout the year, we were working on outreach. Thanks to precisely a wonderful methodology of our host country, we hosted, together with young people from around the world, webinars that had thousands and thousands of young people from different parts of the world joining. That was really a game changer for the youth track and in general for the youth engagement. In Poland, we hosted the Youth Summit. It was, I think, the second edition within the youth track, but certainly there were other editions organized by different youth IGFs at the annual IGF meetings. So the Youth Summit was in Poland, good opportunity to create space for a dialogue between senior experts and leaders of the current generation and then the next generation of experts and leaders. And we follow that practice. Of course, we work on polishing the format, making sure that we are creating just simpler, easier entry points, channels for young people that can decide to just jump on our train and then ride with us toward hopefully a safer digital future. In Ethiopia last year, we continued the practice. The Secretariat was satisfied with the level of engagement with young people. Certainly the process there went further from organizing a couple of sessions to ensuring that we have a robust mechanism throughout the year. So we worked very closely with the regional IGFs to organize capacity development workshops and to ensure that we have our presence, not just at one annual meeting, given the fact that we are limited in time, we are challenged by time zones and so on, but that we have presence at the regional IGFs to maximize our inclusion opportunities. Grateful to the regional IGFs, to the youth regional IGFs for being our great partners to work on organizing and implementing capacity development workshops there. This year, for example, we managed to tour the globe in just a couple of months span. From Finland, Tampere, we went to Cartagena in Colombia, then to Brisbane in Australia, then to Abuja in Nigeria, all thanks to Eurodig, thanks to Asia Pacific IGF, thanks to LAC IGF, the Youth LAC IGF, the African IGF, and the Youth Associated IGF. And then finally, after so many discussions, conclusions, agreements, but I'll say also disagreements, great ideas shared, we met here in Kyoto. And you know that on Sunday, I think all of you have seen you there, we held a very successful IGF 2023 Global Youth Summit organized by all youth IGFs and many other initiatives which are youth-centered and that work closely with all of us. It's a result of year-long preparations, so nothing is an instant result. It really is a product of hard work. And I have to admit, a wonderful energy. I have a pleasure to work with colleagues coming from the youth IGFs. Not an easy work for sure, but you always, regardless of how much time you spend, how much just intellectual effort you invest, how much physical effort it takes, these are time-consuming processes. You're challenged with time zones, so sometimes you're sleep deprived. But it's such a wonderful energy that exists among the youth IGF coordinators that you just don't feel the fatigue, and you just feel that enthusiasm that regardless of the environment that is surrounding us now, geopolitical tensions, you see wars around us, you see people losing lives, you see the dark side of the internet, victims of online frauds, many online abuses, and still working with young people, a lot of them digital natives, people growing up with technologies, just understanding them because they don't have other choice. It really gives not just hope, it gives confidence that our future, analog or digital, is very much bright as long as we have you empowered to lead us toward that. And the IGF Secretariat is committed to continue working with all of you. We will definitely add this wonderful Quo Vadis Youth, second edition of the Youth Atlas, to our library, and I'm sure it will be consulted so many times. Many of the faces here that you see are our dear colleagues and friends, but many are new. So I'm looking forward to meet you all here toward the closing of the 18th annual IGF meeting in Kyoto, but also, of course, online. We're lucky to be connected through the means of the internet, and let's please use it. And finally, to conclude, I want to thank all of you for being here at the 18th annual IGF meeting. I think we can say that from the youth perspective, from the way you channeled your voices and from the way it was heard, it was a great success. And it wouldn't be a success if it wasn't for your commitment, for your dedication to allocate time, efforts, and ideas to these processes. The IGF Secretariat is truly grateful to all of you for that, and thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Hanya. I think a lot has been done so far since we have gone a long way since 2019. We have experienced firsthand that a lot of youth IGF initiatives have been set up in the last year. We have here Emilia as well as trained one, has helped set up the youth IGF in Ethiopia after Addis Ababa last year. So we could actually work on this initiative ourselves. And I think that the global engagement of young people to empower them each other, it's a great example to give to senior stakeholders. I know that you have to go. I would like to take a picture with you. This is a gift from all of us. Thank you for your support.
Thank you so much. It's such a great honor. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Is this my signed version?
There was a signed version somewhere.
This is a very important moment. I think there was already a signed version. I remember I showed it to you. Or maybe you can when you sign it.
Okay.
And just colleagues, I really have to apologize. I would wish that I could stay here because I know there will be a wonderful discussion. But as you know, the Secretariat needs to wrap up this meeting and prepare for the closing. All the reports need to be on the website in the next half an hour. Some of them are on my computer, so I have to deliver on that. But thank you so much. Let us please connect. And after the closing ceremony, I will be around, so I would really appreciate if you could approach, if you have a couple of minutes just to chat and exchange contacts and to understand how you found this year's IGF and when is your IGF, so we can come there. It's always easier to be at someone else's IGF and just enjoy the discussions. Thank you so much. If you have a copy of the atlas that is signed, please do give it back to me. I think that's my version. Thank you so much.
It was somewhere. I think it's Sandra to get.
I'll pay Sandra, don't worry.
But I can give this to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Such a great honor. Thank you.
Okay, let's move forward. Okay, do you want to come here? Let's move forward because we also have another guest talking about IGF attendance and the first comer. Pirate Ruby is a 14 years old, is a teenager who last year attended for the first time his first IGF, and being the only teenager, she was wondering, there are a lot of young people, but not everyone is actually real young. So I would like to give the floor to Pirate. Pirate, are you online?
Yes, I am. Hello. Let me just get my camera on.
Hello.
It is nice to meet you all today. I'm so happy and so proud I am able to attend this today. It has
Hi,
been
Pirate.
such an honor working as the youngest person in the IGF youth track at 14, and it's so exciting.
Thank you, Pirate, for being here, and thank you for borrow your face and your experience to this book. Your experience, your interview is also contained in our book. But my question to you is, how is to be a teenager in the IGF environment, and You joined the IGF 1 year ago, attending the Youth Summit for the first time. And since then, I know that you have worked a lot in this environment. Give me one highlight of the work that you have done so far.
Well, I think it's personally been great, but one of the things that I'd noticed is that due to the time zones, I always have to be up a bit late, which is not a problem, but I think it's a bit funny. Anyways, I'm so happy to be working with all of you, and to be honest, all of this is a highlight for me, and I'm so happy and proud to be working with all of you.
Thank you. What is the main, let's say, activity that you would like to share with the audience today? The activity that you care the most. I know that you have done a lot this year. And for example, you are one of the founder of the Teen Dynamic Coalition. Can you tell us a little bit more about this?
Well, recently the Dynamic Teen Coalition it's newly came out, so there's not too much information on it yet. So hopefully in the future there will be more to learn about that, but it's just recently open, so.
Thank you. Thank you, Pirate. I think that your experience and your example are very important to engage young people that are really young, that are really teenager. And I'm very proud to get to work to you, and I'm very happy to have you in our team and to have your interview. Pirate profile is one of the highlights, and in the book you will also find a QR code in one of the introductory article about written by Stacy. That is she's Pirate's mother, with Stacy's playlist on Spotify. One aspect I would like to highlight a bit about this book is that we have the printed copy, but we also have a digital copy. And you will find a QR code that you can scan and also watch video interviews of some of our people that we were able to interview, and the QR code to Pirate playlist. So many thanks, Pirate. And speaking of the evolution that young people have gone through this past year, I would like to pass the floor to Nadia. So the first youth summit was held in Germany. I think you were there. No, you were not there. But I know that you have worked a lot in the European community to empower a new generation, and some of them have actually remained in this environment. And I know that also your research focus is on youth engagement. Would you like to give us some highlight on this?
Hello, everyone. And thank you all so much for coming to this extremely important session. And I also just would like to add my congratulations to everybody who worked really hard on this, and all the people who supported and sponsored this publication. It shows the effort, the interest, the engagement that young people have to be involved in these spaces, and the different ways and methods that we try to be involved. And I think that is really important, and it is really difficult to map, because some things are very invisible. And through this beautiful publication, some of these things that are happening behind the scenes, some of these things that you may never have known about them existing on a wider scale, have come to light in front of this. And another example of invisible things that you may not have known is that Veronica also actually organized with a really large team of international youth an event during this IGF to bring youth together, to exchange ideas, exchange their experiences, but also make new friendships for further collaborations, so that in a few years there will be a new youth atlas with people who are from this IGF working on new projects together. And for this reason, I think it's really admirable that this has come out from it. I wasn't there at the Youth Summit in Germany, and the reason why I ended up not being there is because I was excited to see what information was going to come out from those sessions. I knew what was going to be there. I could have been there in the room, but what I wanted to see is the youth coming into the IGF and listening how youth would actually be presenting their ideas. If you already know what's going to happen, sometimes you tune a little bit out. There's a lot of information going on at the IGF and you need to focus. But what I loved about the Youth Summit is it allowed people for an empowered message. They came into the rooms in a group, they discussed with each other what they wanted to say, they planned how they wanted to say it, their thoughts and ideas were concise, clear, and visible. Being part of something where we can support each other, standing at a microphone can be extremely intimidating. When you don't know anyone in the room, you're there for the first time, you've never been to this country before. This is my first time in Japan, and I'm not wearing sleeves, and everybody is, and I feel very self-conscious about that. Would I then still want to be on a microphone, etc.? But I feel supported. I feel that I am here with people who are kind and open, and that allows me to speak more what's on my thoughts and on my mind. And I hope that we can then continue fostering this continuation of participation that is supported by our peers through activities like this, and bringing in new people from these spaces, from our local communities. And this is why I started looking at how we could have meaningful participation at the Internet Governance Forum. I'm a PhD researcher at the United Nations University, and I'm based in Bruges, but I also coordinate youth activities for the European Regional IGF, which is called EuroDIG, and our event is called the Youth Dialogue on Internet Governance. And if you live in Europe and you would like to attend, our applications open in January. But the most important thing I wanted to say is that meaningful participation, we hear that word so many times. The United Nations Secretary General added it in his Our Common Agenda. The UN Youth Envoy wrote a paper on meaningful participation. And I wanted to know, what is meaningful participation at the IGF? The IGF strategy does not give a definition of this. When we look at the outcomes from the IGF, we see how many people are attending, the stakeholders, etc. It's numbers, who's here, presence, or who's represented, your affiliation. And does that say enough about you as a youth? Youth that has so many definitions based on age, based on your status as a newcomer or not, based on how far you are in your career track. There's so many different ways. So the definition that I chose to use was adopted from a paper from Malcolm, which looked at processes. How can we make sure that processes include youth inclusion, integration? And I created a framework that looked at how do we participate? Because we always say, you know, when you're here, you need to do X, Y, Z, and then you're part. But are you really then part of the community? Just being here, making a comment, making a statement per se. I believe that we're an ecosystem, and an ecosystem, it consists both of content and structure. And I believe that when you come here for the first time, there's a lot of information coming at you and you're being informed. That is a way of learning not only the content of this event, but also the structure of how things work. When do you get to be on the microphone? Who gets to speak? At what point can you walk into the room? So right now, someone could walk into the room and I'm not offended by it. So then you also have a moment of consultation. So you're learning something, but then you're like, hey, I have a different perspective about that, or I am really not sure about that point. Can you clarify that? You then take the microphone and you comment and you consult, you add to the conversation and debate. And as you go along, there will be moments and opportunities in which youth then will take on leadership positions. Either you become a session organizer and then you work with a large group or a small group of people to provide content and structure to further debates. Or perhaps you start collaborating with the IGF Secretariat to create structures like the Youth Summit, to work in partnership with the IGF to foster youth spaces. And this ecosystem can go up and down. So at one moment in time, you're still being informed. So you could walk out in the next session and you're a speaker at the other table. Or you can walk out of this session as a speaker now, like I am now, and then I'll be sitting in an audience somewhere and learning. It's an ecosystem, and when we then look at participation at the IGF, I am asking you to look at it as a process. So when we're saying we're going to invite 30 young people, and 30 young people means that there's participation, I'm asking you to think of it as a process. When you're inviting young people to your table, to your events, think about it as a process. They're coming in, what are they learning? What are they contributing? How can they start moving into being an empowered person into leadership roles? But how can we ensure there's sustainable participation, whether that's a continuous flow or the return of participants? And I'm very excited to continue this discussion because it's certainly meaningful participation isn't just this one framework. There's so many different ways of approaching it. And having these open conversations about is it definitely the way forward of how we can ensure that we are leaving nobody behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anya. I really appreciate actually the Nadia. I really particularly appreciate the concept of youth participation as a process, because it's not enough that a young person actually participate, speak to the microphones and talk, ask questions and formulate comment, but also a matter of engaging on an ongoing basis, also with the community of like-minded people. And I think that since 2019 we have gone a long way, but the title of this book is Quo Vadis, Youth, so meaning where are you going, youth? So my question for Jenna here would be, how do you see the future of young people?
Thank you, Veronica, and everyone in this room to welcome me and allow me to be in this position and share my thoughts. I kind of want to start off something because I think Nadia helped us with delivering some institutional knowledge memories, as well as touching on a little bit on how we should envision youth participation. So that first thing I really want to point out is that we as youth should really put ourselves out there and to be on the same table as everyone. By that I mean, like literally, I wish we all are at the same table, because most of you are behind me right now, and it's kind of weird that I'm looking at myself and the back of that projector. I mean, if you're not too busy and if you don't mind, I hope that you guys can move to the table, because I feel very awkward when there's like no one and I have to be the only person speaking. Is really my own problem. And yeah, I don't know how many of you been here. I would say I'm fortunate enough to be here for like my 6th time now, and unfortunately I think kind of old enough to, it's time to back out, because it's you need to allow and make the space available for newcomers, which we have a lot. Consider I haven't introduced myself actually. Consider I am the program coordinators of the Asia Pacific Youth IGF, with a lot of different mechanism working groups set up by all the youth and youth IGF from my region, for example. They are coming in very consistently, energetically, passionately, and so we should be prepared, and then at least like first thing, not to be shy, to sit at a table, get yourself prepared to contribute. But still, it takes time, one step at a time. And I think it's really important for me, and I hope it's important for everyone as well, to hear from someone like Nadia, to learn about the institutional knowledge. And I think this is really important, and I only get to think about it like 30 minutes ago, because Nadia is one of the first person in the youth space that I met. I met her 2018 in Paris, And well, I get so lost, or maybe I can test it out. Like, how many of you have been here before? Not in Kyoto, but like been to IGF before? Can you raise your hand? So not too many. Let me try to overwhelm you with all the acronyms. Or maybe I don't need to try. Like, what is dynamic coalition or what is NRI? Not all of us know, but in order to participate, these are really important. And so I think it's extremely crucial for people who have been in this place for a long time, like long enough at least, to proactively work with the youth community. That includes the veteran or dynamic coalitions or the national and regional initiative. That might be your own country's IGF or your own country's YIGF, because that's where you're from sometimes, and you start from a safe space before you have the gut to put yourself out there and be fearless. Sometimes it takes time. So, this year I am fortunate enough that I was invited to one of the Dynamic Coalition. Sorry about that. Sorry about the acronym. And that Dynamic Coalition, for example, cares about child rights in digital environment, and they are really interested in working with us. And I appreciate that, because finally, all these spaces in IGF would want to work with us. And sometimes even people who've been here for like more than 20 years did not know that there is such Global Youth Summit that's happened since 2019. And then when they think we need to do capacity building, and they might, how they approach it is that they might start from scratch by consulting all the stakeholder, how should we do capacity building without really working with the youth. And so I hope that since we have a really big and strong team, put yourself out there, let them know. We work so closely with IGF Secretariat, specifically Anya, to put this youth track together. And we have a youth summit every time. And I hope that we will continue to have. And next is, what will that go, rather than just doing full workshop in different regions plus this summit. I hope that we can all bring this, food for thought, bring it home and think, what can we do other than just this 5 session? Because I believe ongoing effort is even more important than a one-time, 1 hour session like this. And I would like to quote a phrase from my colleague, actually, Luke Teo, was on the table. He was helping with the Asia Pacific Youth IGF this year in Brisbane, and then the team behind it actually worked on a lot in designing the program that is truly, all of us do that, to be fair. They are truly organized by youth for youth, and if we were to work with other stakeholders, I hope that we should send out a message and let them know that nothing for youth without youth. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. I actually, I agree with you that if I have to take some takeaway from what Nadia said and what you said, I think that the handover of knowledge is very important. I mean, it's very important to have in this system a person who is a veteran, who can transmit knowledge and can actually, mentor young people, because it is not easy for a young person to be mentored by a more senior stakeholder because of gap in communication, while a young person can see in a peer, like someone who can actually trust. And I see a lot of newcomers here, and I know that you have been also accompanied by other young people that have been here in this ecosystem for a few years and have been able to guide you in some way. We have 10 minutes left, but I would like to have like 5 or 7 minutes before the group picture to give the floor to a newcomer. I won't call name, but if someone of you wants to come out to the microphone and yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm a newcomer to IGF. I'm Felp. I'm from Brazil, Brazilian Youth Delegation. And I was reached by a veteran in Brazil, Davi. He isn't in this edition of the IGF. And it was really nice of him to make me aware of the youth program there. And we just sat side by side. He helped me to sign the application form and all that stuff. And that really changed my entire career. So I studied communications. So in Brazil, it's kind of a study area that is not that into internet governance. And I think it's funny because I seen from the outside, I see that internet governance has a lot to how could I say that? A lot to move on with communication studies and communication strategies to reach more people, to make more youth people from all around the world aware of that, and how we can make those spaces not only for us to watch them, but to actually participate. So as part of the Brazilian Youth Delegation, we are a lot of people right here, right now. I'm really, really proud to see those actions like this Youth Atlas and how we are being here from different backgrounds of studies, of areas of working, and taking these spaces, especially being from the South or Latin America. So it's really nice to be here and to see space to talk in those spaces and to reach each other and know other regions from around the globe and exchange some points of views.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience. I think that for all of us, it's very important to know that and to remind us that we have been newcomers as well, and for us has been overwhelming as well. Anyone else wants to come in? Denise?
Okay, yes, but I'm also from Brazil, and I am a former fellow from the Brazilian Youth Program. And I am happy for being here and for watch all the youth initiatives. And I also would like to highlight one thing, which is we had a lot of sessions this year, which were proposed by young people. We had this big group where we've organized lots and lots of proposals, and we've sent it, and we've made it until here, and we've occupied this space and made our voices heard, which is very, very important. I'm also part of the Youth Latin American Caribbean IGF. I have to say it because my friends are there and looking at me like, remember, you have to say it. So we have a long way to include all the people that we need to include, and also in the Youth Latin American Caribbean IGF, and also here, I think we need more voices from indigenous people and also people with disability and other minorities. So I want to make this a point so that we can work on it for the next events, and not only IGF but our events in our countries. And thank you for all the work we have done until here. Thank you for all of you, and also for myself. Yes. And yeah. Let's keep doing the nice work, and don't be sad when a session is not full of people. Be brave, keep going, and even if you are nervous, your voice needs to be heard. Even if you make little mistakes on your English pronunciation, keep going, everyone. Young people must be heard, and we must keep doing our job, our work here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, okay, we have only 5 minutes left. I just wanted to thank you, everyone, for coming in. I just want to take this 5 minutes. I don't know if anyone wants to come in. Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Hi, Zan Khan, former youth ambassador at ISOC. I just wanted to really quickly come in as I'm not exactly a newcomer, but I'm not exactly a veteran either. And I think a perspective in the middle is probably really helpful because I was on the exact position where, you know, all of you are sitting right now. And to come from there, my first ever IGF where I knew absolutely nothing and I was not part of any youth program and I knew absolutely no one and just showed up, to having made a lot of potentially lifelong connections with not only individuals who are experts and academics and technicians in the space, but also lifelong friends, and to take your ideas and interventions from when you first start to the point where, for example, 2 days ago, the work that I, along with other people, was involved with the policy network in internet fragmentation was being presented in the main hall. To go from nothing to that, it just shows you that youth participation can in fact be meaningful. And I want to strongly echo the point that even if nobody's there in your session, or even if you don't know anyone or don't know anything, the learning curve is always going to be there. People are always going to be there to support. And I really, really want to thank everyone who has been involved in that development journey. And I want to make sure that I can give back as well. So I'm always happy to be reached out to. And thank you to Nadia and Veronica, who I've worked with personally. They've done an amazing job of teaching me the ropes and hopefully moving forward with the youth programs as well. And thanks to everyone who's actually been involved in the youth programs as well, because they are very, very impactful. So that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to take another minute. I know that there is another person who wants to come in. She's not actually a newcomer, but I would like to give the floor to her.
Thanks, Veronica. Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. No, I'm definitely not a newcomer, but I feel like the different youth participation programs, IGF is very special for me because I came in 2018 in the coldest European winter, really nervous, having no idea what to do, how to do it. My colleague back then didn't get her visa. I was thrown into a BPF session where I was a panelist. I mumbled a lot. I still regret that recording, but my point is, yeah, the idea is to keep going. These programs help me make connections, lifelong friends, and they all kind of build fruition into me having a career in the space. I work on a lot of different IG issues, but it's all because of the different working groups, the different speaking sessions. I have become a public speaker in so many different forums, and I do owe it to a lot of the different participations, writing sessions, late night sessions, conversations with so many of you here. Thank you, Yao, for all of your support and so many other people who have been there. But my whole point is that you should take all of these things seriously, and things do increment. It takes time. It builds time, but also people should also understand is that our space is getting more relevant. Issues of privacy, AI, or any other issue that you want to work on will grow over time. There's more money being poured in, and it is a viable career option for a lot of you. So never give up, and we are the future.
Thank you. I just want to point your attention to the screen. You will see a QR code to our digital version of the Youth Atlas. Those who are on site will have the privilege to get a copy of the printed book. But before closing the session, I would really like the young people who are here on site, who are featured in this book, to come here and take the picture. and to take your copy of the atlas. And thank you everyone for attending this. Thank you also for the participants online and to Mohammed for sharing everything.
We're friends now. We're all friends now.
Yeah, let's take a pictures. Yes. Yes. Joao,
And you have the QR code in the back.
we have to go down.
If you have the people who are in the atlas in front of the screen, you have the QR code in the back.
Okay. Okay, let's go in front of the screen.
I already have my copy.
In front of the screen.
Are you? Yeah, you in there, right?
Yeah. Okay. Let me just take one for the picture. Mine is in here.
In front of the screen. In front of the screen.
All right, go that way.
They need you to sign. Add it as yes.
You have it? No.
I have it.
Okay, take it and let's go in front of the screen.
Look at Stella.
I want your signs. You're there?
Everyone can get one.
Please, everyone in front of the screen, thank you.
We should make sure like. That's okay. I would borrow one as for photos.
Thank you.